Yo. Early stream indeed. What up, chat? Hey, Pia. Yo, and the gang is here. Yo, 80 Chaos, you're also here. Nice to see you. I'm muted? No, I'm not. I was like, I'm not muted. I can see the bar moving. Wait, but this is the right mic. Wait. Oh no, it's the right mic, it's fine. Yeah, I swear, whenever I change audio stuff, everything is weird. Let me turn it down a little bit. Oh. How's everyone doing? It's early today, but I had some time, so I felt like doing stuff. In particular, it's Manim Day, for a little while at least. I'm fine as well, thank you. Had a pretty relaxing day, more or less. Took care of the apartment a little bit. And, I don't know, just relaxing after yesterday. Weekend. I guess that's nice. I'm currently still drinking coffee, so it's not even tea time yet. You will see a visual depiction of the demo AST. Yeah, sure. Hit me. Where do I have to click? Produced on my parser. Sweet. Yeah, sure, you can post a link. I mean, you're the moderator. Why do you ask me? Let me click on things. I should also change the scene, actually. Let's move to desktop mirror, because that's fine. We don't have devs in Manim yet, so I'll keep the counter for later. I do like trees, definitely. Wait, let me actually quickly make sure that this is opening in somewhere where we can see. Yeah, okay, it was not. Yo, those are graph with graphs. I know those. Let's look at them. Ooh. What do we have here? GCD A integer B integer. Mapping to integer. Oh. There's a while thing. Yo. While A times B are not equal to 0, if A is greater than B, then A is A minus B, or B is B minus A, otherwise. And if A is equal to 0, then the GCD is B, and otherwise it's A. That's cute. Neat stuff. I like these sort of parsed trees. They're pretty fun. Good job. Block. Vector is 1. K is 2. While K less equal than A. The factorial is multiplied by k, and k is increased by 1. And then in the end, factorial is set to fact. Cool. And there was a third one as well, wasn't there? Sum. Ooh. Not showing everything. What is this doing? S is 0, k is 1, while k is less equal to n. The sum is increased by k, and k is increased by 1. And if s is not equal to, wait, n times n plus 1 half, the sum is equal to 1, otherwise the sum is equal to s. Cool. Well done. Those are pretty cool. I like these sort of syntax parsers, especially if you implemented stuff like yourself. It's pretty sweet. Makes you really think about how programming languages work. What was happening in chat actually? I was so focused on reading the trees. On the left side is usually the condition of control for statements. Yes. Yeah, these things can be quite tricky to nail correctly. So I'm not surprised about the 10 hours. Compiler construction really is quite. You need some time to get into that. Yo, chat, what are we doing? What should we be doing? There are two things that I can offer, basically. One is we could I changed some settings on my headphones. Now it's weird. Wait. Here's the source code that gets fed into the parser. We'll look at it as well. Oh yes, those are the three functions that we just read. Pretty cool stuff. I actually hadn't had a look at the source code itself. That has been given by the professor. I'm sure it will work with that just as well. So here are things that we could do. One, we continue writing the deep dive into Manim tutorial thingy, the pull request I've been working on the last few times. And actually, whenever I'm on the train or so, I usually try to work a little bit on that. We could continue that. And the alternative would be there's an animation that I would like to do. I'm not quite sure yet what I will use it for, because technically speaking, I'm not really working on something that's related to the thing I want to do. So it's not technically for work. I could, with some effort, probably, if the animation looks nice enough, then we could probably try to turn it into something for YouTube. I'm not sure. It would probably be rather short, and I wouldn't want to give too much context. It's basically, there's this thing. How can I show you, chat? How can I show you? I need to draw something. Let me whip out my tablet. Give me a moment. You can look at fancy graphs in the meantime. Yo, why is it so dark in here? Oh, wait, I didn't turn on my light. No, it should be better. So I can show you what I want to do. And why I think that this would be fun to do in Manim. So, where's my thing? How do I tablet? Can I just do something like this, where we open a new thing here somehow, please? Oh my god, it's not doing the thing. Go away. New. Quick. Okay, managed one part of this. How do I get it on the screen? Wait, I have a scene for that actually. This can only take a second more, so chat, we'll have it in a moment. There we go. There we go. I'm already illuminated. And now I just need to... I can actually just... change the default scene, that's fine. Yo, so here's what I want to do. Don't break something, maybe. It's... Yo, professional streamer, by the way. Here's what I want to do. There's a statistic in dike paths. Namely, what are dike paths? Basically, you have lattice paths that consist of sequences of upsteps and downsteps, so something like this. And for dike paths, the rule is you want to start on the axis and end on the axis and don't cross below. It's like a basic combinatorial object. And what I want to do, you can do many fun things with these actually. And one particularly fun thing is that there are two statistics that match on these. Namely, what are the two statistics that match? On the one hand, let's look at all of the ones of length 3. That's not too many. I think that's 5 or so. So you have up, 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 down, down, down. That's one of them. Up, down, up, up, down, down. That's the second one. Up, up, down, up, down, down. Number 3. What else do we have, chat? Up, up, down, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Those are all 5, I think. Those are all 5 of length, of half length 3. And what we can do now is we can count. And what do I want to count? That's a good question, actually. Let me see. What's the thing that I want to match even? Wait. Do you have to count those twice? Let's see. On the one hand, I want to count peaks, so that there's 1 peak, this one has 2 peaks, this one has 2 peaks, this one has 2 peaks, and this one has 3 peaks. And on the other hand, I want to count double rises and falls. But now somewhat confused. Wait. Were those the paths that had a connection to Catalan numbers? Yeah, exactly. They are enumerated by Catalan numbers. They are like one of the most famous, or one of the base objects that correspond to Catalan numbers. Catalan numbers are basically the numbers that enumerate valid bracketings. So if you look at the number of different ways you can draw parentheses, then there's a very simple correspondence between these paths and like bracketings. So you could, for example, if I just take another color, then maybe let's do blue, I can draw the corresponding bracketing below the each path. So this one would be 3 opening brackets and 3 closing brackets right after the other. And this one opening, closing, open, open, close, close, open, open, close, open, close, close, open, open, close, close, open, close, open, close, open, close, open, close. So these are all valid bracketings with like 6 brackets. You need to have the number of brackets has to be balanced, and you can never prematurely close an open bracket, or you can never prematurely close, which is exactly the condition that's encoded by never going below the axis. So what was I thinking? Peaks. There was a second statistic, and now I'm not sure anymore how I have to count it. Or maybe it's valleys, actually. I think it's valleys. Yeah, let's do valleys. That's easier to see, actually. Peaks and valleys are related as well, but it's the thing I want to explain right now is easier to see if I just talk about valleys. So I circled the peaks right before. You can imagine what the valleys actually are. Those are in this one, in this first one, I don't have a valley at all. In this one, I have this valley here, one valley here, one valley here, one here, and one here. So there's one path with 2 valleys, 3 paths with 1 valley, and there's 1 path with 0 valleys. And what we can do now is there's second statistic in these paths, which corresponds to that. So if I draw the paths again and circle another feature in these paths, you will see that the number of this other feature and the number of valleys will match exactly. So the number of paths with one of these is exactly the same as the number of paths with 1 valley, and so on and so forth. And that feature is double rises. So we can count, for example, let's use another color, take a brighter green. We can count whenever there's a double rise, meaning that there are 2 paths, there are 2 upsteps right next to each other. So for example, I can always mark like the middle step between of these two upsteps, so like the center of the rise, of the double rise. This would be, this would be here. I'll draw little squares. This would be here. There's one here. There's one here. One here, and none in the last one. So you can see already that yeah, 2 rises in the 2 double rises in the first path, or 2 double rise midpoints, whatever you would like to call it. 1 in the second one. So 1 path with 2 of those, 3 paths with 1 of those, and 1 path with 0 of those. And the statistic matches exactly with the number of valleys. And what it's not hard to explain why this is the case. There's a quite I think there's a quite nice visualization of or a quite nice explanation of this thing, which is referred to as the Creveras-Lalanne or Lalanne-Creveras involution. And it basically works like this. that you take a path, you start with these midpoints of the rises, and you draw projections. Basically, you construct a path on the lower end of the axis. I can show you in an example how this would look like. Let's take a simple one maybe. So if I don't know, let's take one of these. 3 here, 1 up, up, down, 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 something like that. This here is the axis. And what you can do now is we can mark the midpoints of the double rises, and I will also do for well, the bijection needs markings on the double falls as well, because we will pair them up in a certain sense. So what we'll do is the following. We will, where's my green? There. I'll mark all of the midpoints of the double rises. This is one, this is one, this is another one. I'll draw something, let's take orange. Same thing for the falls, 1, 2, 3. And what I do now is I draw the perpendicular lines, like some sort of projections, and I construct the points where these meet on the other side of the axis. So for example, the first one, where's my green again? I should really put those two colors out. The green, the first one, the line is here. And the first orange line is this one. And they meet in this point here. This point will be the point where we will need to have a valley on the path that's in bijection. So this means that whenever I have one double rise or one double fall, there will be one valley exactly in the corresponding path, so to say. And that's sort of an explanation, and it shows why these statistics match. Let's continue. So this was the first one. Let's make that point actually red. We need a second one. This is the second orange line. And the second green line is this one. So this is here. And then there's one more. The third green line is here. And the third orange line is here. So the point is here. So from a path which has 3 double rises or 3 double midpoints of double rises, what to call it, we can go to one that has 3 valleys. And the construction of this is now not that hard. We just need to make sure that we basically construct a valley for each of those. I'll draw it in the opposite way and then I'll rotate everything. Then we'll see what sort of path we got. So one is here. There's a unique way how this is constructed now, because I need to have the valleys here and I don't need any further valleys. Which means I basically just complete the path out from the valley. So the red thing is now the path that was in bijection to the given path. And now I can rotate the thing, maybe. Can I rotate? Maybe I can. And voila, there's the red path that is in bijection to the green one. It's unique since the number of segments must be the same. Yeah. You can't have any further valleys. Basically, you can start at the red points and then just move upwards, and there can't be any further valleys in between. So you always need, this is certainly always along the actual boundary of the path. And that's it. That's how we can construct this. And this is kind of what I would like to manimate. So this is, I'd be curious whether we can do something like that. I think it would look interesting, and it explains something that's interesting as well. So I feel like this would be a nice topic for an animation. So the thing that I just did by hand, I basically want to have an animation for, an animation for. What do you guys think? Should we do that? Should we try to work on that? Or should we do something else? Sounds neat. I mean, we can try. I can also just start with it, and as soon as we become bored, we can switch to something else. Or maybe people have questions, and then we can also answer them. I don't really have a plan for today otherwise, so let's just start with something, and then we can always switch at some point. All right. There will be some things that we need to do before we can animate these things, actually. We need to have some nice way of representing the lattice paths in Manim. And one question is whether we should use like an arrow-based thing, whether we should use a number plane or something like that, where we draw the lines in. So that are things that we have to think about a little bit, or we have to try out maybe. For now, I will end this though, because it's enough if I know what we should do. And yeah, we'll just try and see how far we can go. Let me move this back to this one. You can see stuff. All right. Let's name this lattice paths.py. Oh, I actually like paths. Let's name it like paths. And we move this to example scenes, because that's where I always do my things. Examples. Where is it? Ah, here. Okay. This also gives me the opportunity to use my other library that I started writing recently. So we will use my combinatorics combinatorial structure generation thingy, which can at this point exactly generate like paths, which is, well, useful. Let me make this maybe a bit larger so you guys can see. That should be enough, right? I'm sort of traumatized by using the computer. Yes, we will be using the computer. I'm sort of traumatized by font size in VS Code for streaming and stuff, because whenever I upload a new video, another video in my Manim tutorial series, the number one issue that people always come up with is I should increase the font size in the editor, because I don't know. And I feel like I do that every time, and I'm not sure. Checking back with the old videos, it feels like I maybe didn't increase it throughout consistently, but yeah. I always worry about the font size now. Let's import Manim. Okay. So, step one, we need to find a good representation of lattice paths. And one model that I kinda like is the one where we use arrows. I have used it before, actually. Wait, let me see where I have that. It should be here somewhere. Right. So I have used that sort of stuff before. As you can see in the background, that's also made with Manim. And I have some animations where I basically used lattice paths in, well, in a number plane with little arrowheads and stuff. I do wonder whether this is the best way to do things. Wait, there's one thing that I really liked. Where is it? There it was. It was kind of neat to have access to this sort of direction sense of a path, so that I can move it back and forth and indicate the direction the path is currently moving in. I feel like that might be a good idea again. So if we do some sort of animation with these with lattice paths, then we should probably use a number plane. And I'm not married to the arrowhead idea though. That we could change. Is this reveal.js? Yeah, it is. It is. It is. You can actually have a look at it if you want to. It's on my website as well. It's here. I feel like this might be a good representation of lattice paths. So the first thing I do want to do is make an animation where we show all lattice dike paths of a certain size in some sense, so that you can kind of enumerate the valleys and the double rises in one animation. Looks really clean. Thank you. Thank you. That's kind of you to say. Okay, so I will use my library, which is called Computer. But I first need to install it probably. I don't have it in this virtual environment yet. Now I have it. From computer import. What do I need? Dike path. Dike paths and dike path. Still not resolvable? No, it's resolvable. Alright, so we have that. And now let's try to make a function that turns a lattice path into a V group with the axis. What do I do with the axis? That's a good question. I think for the first step, it might make sense to just take care of everything at once and include the axis in the function. Maybe Maybe the function should have a parameter which I can specify, and if it is specified, then it adds the path to a given axis. Let's do that. Let's do that. So we'll write a function. Show path, which has two arguments. On the one hand, my dike path, which is a dike path. And then we will also need a plane. And this could be either an access object or none. And if it is none, is my Mac doing the weird thing again? Yes. Oh, and we need to, from future, import and notations, so it doesn't complain. And then we will, in the end, return a V group consisting of some stuff. V group. All right. This doesn't do anything yet, but it's just for, well, we'll see. Now let's also create the class. Show path scene. It's kind of wonky, the name, but well, we're here. Construct. And we will get a random path. Path equals like paths of semi-length. Let's take 8 or so. Random element. And then we should that's kind of weird, maybe. No, it's fine. And then let's add the path object and the axis stuff. I kinda don't like that sort of design. This should be called path object, maybe. And then we can use this as path object. Or like let's call it draw path, and then it's better. Semantically, that's a bit cleaner, I feel like. So then let's call this. Do I really need to call it something? Maybe we can just add it for now, because I don't want to do anything with this anyways, I guess. Self.add draw path of our random path, and I don't pass any axes, so it should construct them itself. And then let's relabel this, let's rename this as axis, because it's actually what it is. And then that's it. That's the simple scene that I want to see in the beginning. Okay. If axis is none, then we have to create them. And how do we do that? We need to draw an appropriate grid, which is actually a number plane. Okay, back to plane. And then this is a number plane. If plane is none, and here we can now put a number plane. And what do we want to do with the plane? We want to... How large should it be? Should it be consistent? Should it be... If I don't pass anything, then I want to have a plane that is able to exactly contain my path. How did I do that in my old animation? What's happening here? Let's check. That was exactly matching. That was cropped from an image. Where's my thing? There. This also matches more or less exactly. Oh, look at those animations. I like how these little arrows are moving around. Yeah, you know what? Let's in case I think we can exactly do it. In case we don't pass a plane initially, then the plane that's constructed should just contain should just be dimensioned in a way that fits exactly, which means that we need an x range of what? From 0 to the 2 times the length of the path. I should just use the length of the path in steps of 1. And the y range should be from 0 to the height of the path. And the path knows its height. There's a function that computes that in steps of 1. We do need to disable all sorts of labels and stuff because I don't really want to use those. But yeah. And then we have our plane. Sweet. So there are some more options that we need to pass here, but well, we'll see. The second part we need to do is I want to draw the path. So my path object will be a group itself of arrows. I think arrows is probably the easiest. I could do vectors, but those behave weird. Well, actually not even true. Maybe I should use vectors. Because then I can just create a bunch of vectors for the up steps, a bunch of vectors for the down steps, and then move them to the appropriate places. Or it's kind of weird. I do have the height though, so I can. Let's use arrows. I have the start and end point of the coordinates anyway, so that's fine. And now I need to pass 2 points. That's the first point, that's the second point. The z coordinate is 0 in both cases. The first one will be an index, which I will iterate over. The second one will be index plus 1, because then we are 1 step to the right. And then we need to go up or down. Actually, I can just use the height of the thing. So we can use height equals, or let's call it height profile because that's how it's actually called. Height profile. It's a bit too early for Christmas music. Height profile equals path.height profile. So that's just that's basically describes at which height the path is after how many steps. And what we can do now is we can say height profile of index, and this one would be height profile of index plus 1. So that's the arrow for maybe we should probably turn this into a start list thingy so that the generator doesn't make any problems. Closing here should be fine. And this is for the index in range length of height profile minus 1. And then I need to. Right now I'm adding those with those coordinates to the Manim plane. I need to add them to my number plane, which means I have to. But it's kind of ugly. But well, we're here already. It's too late to turn back now. Plane dot. It's C coordinates to point. And then we can get rid of this one actually. 0. Actually I don't need the third coordinate then, do I? We'll see. C to P, same thing. All right. Is there a buffer? Yes, there is actually. Need to remove that. Okay, and then we return the V group consisting of the path mob of the plane and the path object. Let's see whether this already does the thing that I wanted to do. Manim, QM, preview, like paths, show path, go. No. Missing one required positional argument, plane. Ah. Now it's no longer positional. Show me. Why does it always open on some weird remote thingy? Okay, but this doesn't look so bad. That's kinda the way I want it to be already. We need to change some things, obviously, but in general, not bad. So we'll need to make sure it fits inside of the screen. But that's just a scaling issue. So theoretically, we can also just call this thing path. Draw a path of the thing. And then we can Manim actually do this if I say plane comma path equals something? Can it should be able to unpack the V group, I think. We can try. And then we add the plane and the path. And here we'll use, like, let's do something more fancy, 25 steps. So this would be of length 15 total, which certainly doesn't fit on the screen, but we can scale it down. So we would need to, actually, it's kind of more convenient if it stays in the group for now. And then we can go and path group dot stretch to fit with. Not keeping, no wait, I want to scale to fit with. Does this a thing? Scale to fit with. And that should be, let's make sure it fits on the screen. So config dot, what's the frame width? Should be the thing. Okay, let's try. Go. Look at that. Whoa, the arrows look actually terrible. Arrows behave so bad when they are scaled. Maybe let's decrease it a little more even. So let's put -1 here or so. Yeah, the arrows are actually thick. Look at that. Why would they be like that? I hate that. Question is whether I can fix it somehow. Or whether we actually need to use vectors, which I don't really want. How do we do that? problem is with the scale to fit width. And because maybe scale to fit width propagates keyword arguments. We can take a look. Rescale to fit passes keyword arguments to scale. It does. Oh, so we can wait. We can tell the arrow to do the thing we wanted to. Tips. No, it's just the arrow tips. Is it line? Arrow. Class arrow. Scale. Scale tips equals force. Wait. What if I put scale tips equals true? It's not the tips that I'm worried about. Actually. That's kind of weird. Let's try. Is it set to false or true by default? Apply function about point, got an unexpected keyword argument. Okay, rip. Rip. It propagates it to the wrong thing. That's kind of sad. Ah, because not everything. It tries to scale the V group and not the arrow with that. So how do we fix that? Do you really have to set the... Oh, but that's... Why does the arrow behave like that actually? Let's animate it to see what happens. Path, this one. Because I'm kind of confused with this behavior, a little bit at least. So the arrow tips actually scale down, but the stroke width of the arrows doesn't scale down. It gets even thicker, doesn't it? Whoa, 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 whoa. It's kind of hard to say, but I would sort of say that it actually gets thicker. Why? Did it always do that? Why does it do that? I don't think it's actually getting thicker. It's hard to say. Maybe you're right. But the point is it doesn't scale. Yeah, you might be right. It's hard because it's all of those are moving. Hard to tell. But why is the line not scaling in the way I want it to? Do I really need to override the scaling of the arrow? I really don't want to. But I mean, if I have to. I don't want to monkey patch it, so I'll just... what's the signature? Self scale factor. Nothing else because I don't care. Beam object dot scale self scale factor. Wait, what? Scale factor, yeah, that's fine. Oh. And then we use my arrow here, I guess. Does it do the thing now? About point. Okay. All right, I'm doing it. Oh no, wait, it's still doing the thing. Wait, what? Why is it doing that? Is this a problem with scale to fit width? Should be... Wait, what? What if I stretch instead? Show me. Why is this so funny to me? Okay, I mean, it's doing something, but also not the thing I wanted to. Kinda is in the name of the method, though. If I just use scale and scale to like 1/10 of what it should be. No, that's terrible. Why does scale do that? Like, honestly. Is it because it doesn't scale the width of the arrow anyways? Is this the default behavior for lines? Oh my god. Hope the course of my investments won't look like this. You can only hope. Wait, let me check again. How about the other lines? I think it's actually just the behavior of the line itself. Maybe if I want to visualize many of those, the arrows are not a great choice, actually. I could try to set the... Should we just draw a line graph? Wait, but what do I want to do with those? I need to mark points on the thing. So maybe line segments between dots. That could work as well. Question is whether that's better. Should we try just drawing lines and then dots in the grid points? Maybe. Let's try. And delete this abomination actually. I'm curious now whether this is the same behavior for the lines in general. I mean... This is less thick. Yo, hey Lola Cat. Thanks for following. How are you doing? If I scale it so small, then actually the grid becomes pretty overwhelming. I wonder whether I can... Is there an option? Is this really just a stroke problem? I wonder. I wonder. Should we... Oh, you know what I want to do? I want to draw all paths of length of a certain length. 25 is too long though. We need... Or we... I think it might be intended behavior because if you had, for example, unit circle scale up, you probably just need to increase the radius, not to flatten the lines. Yeah, you're right. I need to change the stroke width manually. What are you doing? I'm currently playing around with well, a visualization of lattice paths. So you see, wait, let me show you. I mean, I had it open just a moment ago. You see these white lines? These are called lattice paths, and they are mathematically interesting objects. And what I want to do is I want to produce an animation that sort of points out one of these interesting statistics. So basically, you can count the number of valleys, which is just the number of down steps immediately followed by an up step. So this here would be a valley, this here would be one, this here would be one, and so forth and so forth. And you can actually see that these are the distribution of those is the same as the number of double rises. So this one over here, where you have two up steps right next to each other, this one over here is one, and so on and so forth. So the number of those is, has the same distribution as the number of valleys. And I want to produce an animation that kind of outlines that fact. Could use an updater on each arrow, which sets the width as a function of its length. I could probably. The question is whether it's worth it, or whether I just set the. I mean, I can set the stroke width, right? I can do that. So if I scale it again, so let's use scale to fit width and go width, and go back to config dot frame width -1, and then we set also, but now I can't do it for the entire path group. Oh, that's kind of annoying. That's actually annoying. I need to scale the things differently now. Or I do it in a separate step, but that's really annoying. It wouldn't combine well, I assume. I can't set the... So the problem is I can't set the width of the entire... I can't set the stroke width of the entire group, because then it would also set the stroke width of the thingy. So I would need to change... I would need to set it only for the arrows or the lines at this point. But the problem is the lines are a separate entity. So I kind of need an updater actually to regulate the stroke width. That's kind of weird. Let's try something. I mean, this is probably not gonna work, but we could access the path group, take the path object, and then animate set stroke width equal to 1 or something like that. Stroke width, I think, is measured in pixels. And if we did this right, then it should... Yeah. It doesn't combine animations anymore. Does it even decrease the stroke if I do that? I mean... This should be visible now. It doesn't even do it. Wait, what? Is there a separate function for that? How do you set the stroke width of something? Am I crazy? I'm sure I've done this before. Square. Square, animate, set, stroke with 10. This better do something. It does. Oh, but it's barely visible. Wait. Does it not propagate properly? But that would be actually annoying. It doesn't. So this means setting the stroke width of the group does not set the stroke width of the elements of the group, which is actually extremely annoying. And it means that I have to do something about that. I mean, it's not so bad. I can still do something with this. I think. Actually. Maybe the approach that we kind of tried to use before wasn't so bad. Because what we can try to do. But then I can't scale. This is actually tricky. This is way trickier than I expected it to be. Because I can't visualize long dike paths like that right now. Oh, test is not here. Show path. What happens if I do that? Yeah, I would need to modify some things in the both in the plane and in the path itself actually. So the lines need to the stroke width needs to go down. Huh. I have an idea. It's kind of silly, but it might work. I need to turn it into a custom object. And then write an appropriate scale function that does the right thing. That will work. Or we could use the move to target mechanism and then do it manually, but in the end it would come out to the same thing, I think. So I could do this. I could do path group, generate target, then path group dot target dot what do we need to do? We need to scale it down, which means we need to scale to fit width, so we do this one. And then we need to change all sorts of line widths, stroke widths. So we need to, for line, or for lm in path group dot target, that's now the path object is the second one. So one sub object. Oops. Yo, go down here. What are you doing? We can lm.set stroke with equal to 0.5, let's say, and then do the same for the number plane. So that would be path group dot target 0 dot set stroke with 0.5 as well, and then we play move to target path group. That would work, but it's weird. Show me. It worked partially. The setting the stroke width of the number plane didn't work. I could fade it out. I mean, I do need to do the correct thing. That's actually really annoying. So this means that I need to do the same for this thing as well. If I have a number plane, what are the things called there? So what are the auxiliary lines? Background line style. What is generate target doing? It creates a copy of the object, stores it in the target attribute, and then I can modify the target. And in the end, if I call the move to target animation, then it basically transforms between the object and its target. Self dot faded line style self dot background lines self dot faded lines. Wait, what's what? Self dot background lines dot set style. Can set style do the thing? Wait. What does set style do? Does number plane have a set style? Faded line ratio makes move after applying functions. No, it doesn't. Or? Get lines, get vector, prepare for nonlinear transform. No, it doesn't. That's annoying. Yeah, there's a stroke width of 2 for the axis. So I wonder... What are the background lines and what are the faded lines? We have to check that out. Let's get the background lines and set the color of them to red so that we can see what those are actually. Oh yeah. So the background lines are those. And what are the faded lines then? Faded lines. Because those are not the axes, are they? Faded lines are faded. Nice. Faded lines are in between lines, for an example, at 0.5 increments. That might be true. That might be true. Okay, so we need the background lines. And we need the axis, I think. Wait, can we at least just access them as like dot axis or get axis maybe? At least that works. So I can axis set stroke width like to 1 and the background lines to 0.5 and we set our lines to 1 as well so that we are the same strength as the axis. Not sure if it did anything. Axis set stroke width. Wait. Let's make it tiny so that we can actually see something. Why is it not doing the thing? Wait. Wait, what? Oh, the X's are a group again. I hate this. Can I... Is there no recursion thing for the set stroke width? Stroke width. There needs to be a nice way to do this. There needs to be. I refuse to believe that there's no nice way to set the stroke width. That works. That works. That works. So set style. It's just annoying that I need to set the style of different things slightly differently. But we can. Yo, this means I can set the stroke width of everything. Yo, this means that I can throw this out. I can set the path group dot target dot set style stroke width equals 0.5, and then in a second step I set the stroke width of the axis to like 1, and this should be consistent now. Yeah, okay, so this is at least the effect I want to have. I think the axes are now slightly thicker than the rest, I hope at least. No, they're probably not. Because I didn't use the set style thing. So everything was at stroke width 1, but now it should be visible. Yeah. We should also increase the stroke width of the path. Path group dot target of 1 set style stroke width is 1. Now we should see something. Let's go. Yeah, I mean that kind of works, doesn't it? Can still see the path, can you? That's kind of okay, I think. And what we can do now is we can... I wonder how a transformation between two paths looks like. I kind of wanna do something fun where we iterate over all, I don't know, paths of length 5, because that's exactly 42, and then show them all somehow. Maybe we can do something fun. Maybe we can... Right, so that doesn't work anymore. Oh, I mean, it works, but it looks silly if I upscale this. Let's try to transform between two of those and see what happens. Should we try to transform? Let's see. Transform paths, scene, dev construct. So we take two paths. Path 1. Let's get a random path. And we should also try what happens if we pass our own plane. Like paths of, let's take half length 10. Random element, number 1, number 2, the same thing. And then I need a plane. And the plane in this case will be... Wait, I should construct the plane later. The plane should be a number plane with x range Is there a way to make it so that lines with opacity less than 1 don't add their opacities together when where they intersect? Not sure. You could maybe consider... You could maybe take the union of them objects. So you construct the union and then you set the opacity of the union, and then it might not do that, but I'm not sure. So use the Boolean ops thingy. That might work. So from 0 to 20 steps of 1. Y range is from 0 to the max of, and in steps of 1, path 1 dot height, path 2 dot height, and then we construct our two objects. Plane and path 1 object is draw path of path 1, and plane and path 2 object is draw path 2. And then we go and add plane and path 1 object, and then we play transform between path 1 object and path 2 object. And then we watch this train wreck. Let's go. Transform paths, let's go. Yo! Wait, but we need to make the plane fit. Plane equals this thing, and then we need to plane scale to fit with config dot frame width. What won't be too much? How long do we want to render? It can probably do 6 or 7, but I don't think it can do more. Let's try. Paths equals like paths 10. Not 10. Let's start with 5, because that's 42 already. And it will render a while. You know what? Let's actually start a little bit smaller, like all of length 3. These are 5, and then we don't have to wait for eternity. Then we change this to... Wait, let's actually use a parameter n equals 3. This is n. Then this is 2 times n. Then this will be n half. No, actually n. This can stay as it is, and then we play some animations. Self dot play create plane, because obviously we have to do that now. And then we add the first path. The first one we have to get manually, and then afterwards we can iterate. So we can get path equals next paths. Create. All right, and now we need to do the thing that we did before. So self dot play. No, wait. First, you need to construct it. Plane path. Wait, path object equals draw path. First argument is my path. Second argument is the plane. Semantically, that's kind of weird that I have twisted the output and input, but well, it's too late. It's too late. I mean, actually, it would not be, but. And now, we add. And with add, I mean, we obviously play the creation of the thing. Actually, we can, no, let's create it. Create path object. And then for next path in paths, plane path object, next path object equals draw path next path plane, play. What do I want? Do I want to keep the transform? Actually does the right thing in this case. Transform from path object to next path object. And that should be it. Self.wait. Yo, let's go. DicePath object is not an iterator. Wait, what? Of course it is. What do you mean it's not an iterator? Do I really have to turn it into an iterator first? Oh, yeah, it isn't. It's fine. It's fine. That's on me. That's on me. Paths iter equals iter paths. Paths iter. Paths iter. I could have probably turned the paths object itself in an iterator, but well, we are here now already. Look at this. Ooh, that's fancy. Now we do it with more and faster. Let's go for 4. I should maybe cap this here. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. I don't want to. Okay, I mean, I don't need to change anything else. I should maybe change the runtime. Ah, well, let's do one. Lots of things. 14. Go, hit me. I like that. That's pretty sweet. And now we do it faster and with more. So the next one with 5 has 42, which means we need to speed up the animation, the transform animation. Otherwise we will sit here for forever. Runtime equals 0.25. That should maybe work. Let's see what happens. It renders surprisingly fast. Did not expect that actually. Okay. Ready, chat? 42 dike paths of length 5. I like that. That's pretty cool. Wanna watch it again? Someone reminds me of binary counting. Yeah, true. True. What would you need to do to make even longer animations? I wonder. How short can this transition be? Is there a slight pause between drawing each line at the start? I don't know that there's no pause, but what it looks like a pause because of the rate function. We could change the rate function to linear. We could change the rate function to linear for a transformation, and it should. We'll see. I'm curious as well, actually. I did not expect that the render time would be so fast. Usually, if you have lots of animations, it kinda does weird stuff. Let's see. Show me. I kinda like that as well. During the create path motion part, probably a similar effect. Because each line is drawn with the rate function smooth. We could switch from create to write. Right? Does something different. I think with right, then the things happen simultaneously, or somewhat simultaneously at least. The last week has the time of its life. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Ah, you mean there? Wait, let me check. It looks like it a little bit. Probably the similar problem. Yeah, actually this looks way nicer than I thought it would. I'm kind of tempted to do the same with 6. But the problem is, if we go for 6... what's the next Catalan number? I always forget. 132? Yeah. That might be... It might take a while to render, but it should work, no problem. We can try, why not? Should we reduce the runtime then further? Maybe to 0.15? Wait, what's my frame rate? For the medium render, the frame rate is 30 frames per second. Which means I could go for 3 frames, which is 1/10. Actually, 1.15 should be fine. Let's see, chat. I mean, what's the worst that can happen, right? Go. It renders fast. Yo, that's way faster than I expected, honestly. Total runtime of 30 seconds. Are you ready, chat? You ready? I'm ready. Yo, that looks great. I like this. The correlation between binary counting and these paths, are we ready to construct the real numbers via Catalan numbers? I'll leave that to my colleagues from analysis. I'm happy with the integers. No, actually, I kind of like the complex numbers, but well, not the point right now. Yo, that's pretty cool. Look at that. I wonder whether we really need the plane actually. Should we try it without the plane once? Kind of want to try. Get rid of the plane. Goodbye. And re-render. There we go. I should actually just put this up on YouTube. I already did way more than I thought I would today. No, I still want to implement bijection. Yeah, actually, why not? This works, right? I don't think that the missing plane is really bad. I think actually it improves how it looks. I think this looks better. Yeah, me too. Me too. Me too, actually. I wonder whether we should add little dots in the junction points, because right now you can see, if you look very closely, there's a tiny little gap where the edges meet. Kind of annoys me. Wanna get rid of that. Yo, look at that. Can definitely see the pattern. Dots might improve the satisfaction even more. I mean, now we have to try, right? Let's go back to 5 and add dots. We can simply do this here. We'll add a dot group. Wait, actually the path object is already a V group consisting of lines, and then after the lines we can add more stuff. So we can add a second start expression, which is dot plane coordinates to point index height profile of index for index in range len height profile. Don't need the -1. I actually want the dot in the end as well. We might have to make the dot smaller a little bit though. Let's try. Let's try what happens if we do it for like 4 or 5. I can't remember. Wait, what? Ah. I'm so confused. That's an error I have never seen before, I think. I think you have to play with the scale of the dots a little bit. Oh, wait, what? The initial one didn't have dots? Ah, the dots get added later. That's kind of bad, but well. Yo, actually, I like the dots. That looks really, really smooth. What do you guys think? Pro dot? Yeah, me too. Me too. We do need to make sure that the generation of the dots looks better though, because currently I'm not satisfied with that. We can do that though. We can do that easily actually, simply by changing the order in which we do things here. So if we add the dot first and then the line after, like this. Oh, that's kinda... to put a start list like this. I mightn't be allowed to do that. I think I have to construct the things outside, but that's not a problem. That's not a huge problem. Actually, it's maybe even cleaner. So mobs equals empty list in the beginning. Then for int in range len height profile -1. We do this thing. We first add mobs dot append the dot. The dot, and then Oh, actually, let's just extend. Extend with a second list, because we're cool kids, we can do that. First entry is the dot, and then second entry is the line. Like this. Oh, I did not copy the line. The line is missing. 1, 2, 3. Up here, that's fine. This goes here, that should also be fine. Why is it not happy right now? What have I done? And then in the end, we append mobs.append one final dot. Dot at plane dot coordinates to point at the last index, which is at the length of the path, and 0 is the second coordinate. It will always be there. And then we delete all of that. And create a path object. Path object equals. Yo, hey, Clean1777, thanks for following. We create a path object by creating a V group containing all of our mobs. All right, kinda clunky a little bit with the list, but I think this should work. Let's give it a try. Unsupported operand type for list. The minus is here. The parenthesis should be closed here. Let's go. I'm excited. Now the creation should look way smoother. Yeah. Worth it. What do you guys think? The little dots really improve it, quite substantially even, in my opinion. So what I want to do now is maybe make the dots a little bit smaller. I'm not sure whether it's really needed though. Let's render the big example again. Let's render the big example again. So 6. I did not expect that this would look so nice. So that's the 130 again. It should take the slightest amount longer now because there are more objects in the group and everything will take a little bit longer, but not substantially, I think. I think render time is still about more or less the same. Should be okay. There we go. I wonder what we do now. Because I do need an animation like that. I wanted to show like the number of valleys and the number of double rises, right? So we should maybe there should be a function that takes the path object and then visualizes the positions of the valleys, for example. So with an indication or something like that. But then at the same point we could have a counter somewhere which then updates number of paths with this amount of valleys, number of paths with this amount of thingies. double rises. Could do that. Or we go and try programming the, or try visualizing the bijection. It's also not that difficult at this point anymore. Let's look at the thing again. It's so satisfying. I would do one more, but I think the Catalan number after 133 is already something before or 500, so it's probably too large to render in. I mean, rendering is probably not the problem. Should we try just one more? 7. And then I talk for a little while what we should do next. I should also disable caching in that case, probably. Let's see what he does. This will take a while. 429? Yeah, we're already at 100, so it actually doesn't take that long. I think if I upload something like that to YouTube, I would, what would I do? I would likely, what should happen? The path should be transformed, and then the characteristics I'm interested in, the statistics, those should be highlighted somehow. So like double rises and valleys should be highlighted in some sense. We could work on visualizing the valleys next, actually. That would not be too hard. Combining to movie file. There we go. 1 minute 13. Here they are. Or wait, how many? 429 dike paths of semi-length 7. Maybe put the circle not filled in with slightly larger radius than those dots around each dot, which is a valley. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I would do something like that. And then we should, so the other thing we need to do is, there needs to be some sort of visualization of the statistics that we try to keep track of. So I need to have like a table or something like that somewhere where the entries change. This is so mesmerizing to watch, actually. I like it. I like it quite a lot. Yeah, but actually visualizing the valleys shouldn't be hard at all, because I know where they are. And then I can just use the information about the path that I have anyways. Double rises might be a bit more interesting, because I don't have a built-in method, I think, for those. But it's not hard. It's not hard to find these. Okay, so yeah, I'll work on the valleys next, so that we can visualize them one by one. I'll probably reduce it down to like semi-length 4 or so again, so that we can work on it a little bit. I think this playlist is 90% Undertale Deltarune songs. Yeah, that's what I picked for today. I like those quite a lot. The variety is not great though, but well, it is how it is. I usually have troubles finding stuff that I can, music that I can play on stream that I like. But then there was Christmas. I have no idea where that came from. I hope my Spotify didn't start playing random stuff, because otherwise we might have a problem. Let me actually quickly check. Let me quickly check chat. Wait, where are we? Oh, it's fine actually. Yeah, it's fine. All right, so valleys. Let's move back to like 4. Render the animation again, and then we'll think about what we do exactly. So we draw the initial path, and then whenever we transform, we can also move the runtime like a little bit up again. 0.5 should be fine. Actually, when it's slow, it looks worse. Kinda. I will actually reduce it to like 0.25 or so. Then render again. Yeah, that's better. I feel it looks better somehow. Could also check how it would look like with the smooth rate function again. But I feel like the linear one was doing a better job. Yeah, the change in velocity doesn't look so great, I feel like. So I think I prefer the linear one. Let's render again. So this was this one. Okay. Now what we want to do after we play every transformation and also after the initial thingy, we want to visualize the valleys. We only need the path for that and the plane again. So we'll write a second function, which is def indicate valleys. Or let's call it valley indications, and then which means we add them once and then remove them again. That should take the path, which is a like path, and a plane, which is a number plane. We do need to pass the plane in this case. And we return a V group. And what we'll do is we will simply call valley locations, which is that my library can do. So we can just call path.valleys and get the valleys, the indices of the valleys. We need to increase those by 1 and then put the circles in these positions. So basically basically we add return v group consisting of a start list. No, not keyword args. The auto completion is so weird sometimes. And what's in this v group? We need circles. The radius should be... What should the radius be? Slightly larger than a dot. What's the radius of a dot? I have no idea. But I think there's a static... there's a variable for that. Default dot radius. Okay. Let's make it twice that. And let's color it orange. All right. And we need a center point, don't we? What's the center point for a circle called? Class circle. Does it even have that? Arc center. Okay, I guess. Arc center equals, and now we need to get our plane coordinate to point. The x coordinate is the valley. Valleys of int. And then we also need the height profile actually. Height profile equals path.height profile. Height profile of index. The height profile is fine, but the valley index needs to be shifted by 1. Yeah. And then actually I need the height profile of index plus 1. That's kind of weird now, but it's right. This is correct. I'm almost sure. Which means that we'll probably have to fix it in the next step, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's make this readable, somewhat at least. And then, I mean, let's check it. So I need an animation that fades them in and then fades them out again immediately. Can I like use indicate for that? Does indicate do that if it's not added to the... Wait, no, it doesn't. I can... What would look good for these? I should fade in the entire group at once and then fade it out immediately after. I wonder. Let's try. Play animation group. We could use succession probably. It works for simple examples like that. Valley circles equals valley indications. My naming today is really not great. The path is next path, and the plane is the plane. Succession, fade in, valley circles, and then fade out, valley circles. Okay, faded them in and out. The runtime can be maybe 0.5 seconds. I think maybe if you're not going to have the path animation stop between each one. No, they would stop. Let's try what it looks like. I mean, we can just see what happens, I guess. Half a second might be too short though to actually, well, see anything. Create path object, and we have to play the same thing here. Valley circles equals valley indications of path plane. Wait, what? Yeah, path is fine and the plane is called plane. That's okay. It's really bad design that I switch those around all the time, the order of those. Let's see what happens. Int is not defined. Yeah, I haven't written a loop here, have I? For int in range len values. Try again. Show us valleys. None. There's one, but not in the correct place. Wait, what? What's happening here? Okay, A, this is way too short. B, the location of the valleys is actually wrong. And yeah. Oh well. Runtime equals, let's put 1 second. Needs a bit of time to be seen. You didn't just want to indicate the x coordinates of the valleys? Yeah, of course, that's what I wanted to do. So wait, let me think. The location that the... Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm actually so stupid. This works. Go. Show us valleys. 1. There's 1. Doesn't really fade out nicely, does it? Thanks, succession, as usual. But the duration is kinda okay, I think. In principle, I would be open to doing this for how many steps do we have right now? 3? Yeah. So I would be open to doing this for paths of semi-length 5 as well, so that we have all 42 of them. But then it takes a while to progress through all of them. So maybe sticking with those of semi-length 4, which is 14, is kind of okay for the illustration of these statistics, anyways. But yeah, I think this works, right? For the valleys. We should check out why the indication doesn't work nicely. Kinda weird. Let's use an animation group with lag ratio equals 1. Maybe that's better. Yeah, I mean, this is likely a bug in the latest release. Because fading stuff in and fading it out in the same animation is not supported, probably. Oh, this makes me so tired. we can split it up again, or we can use succession again. I mean, both works kinda. Both kinda works. Let's use. But I mean, succession also didn't really do its job very well, right? So wait, maybe we should actually fade in the valley circles with a runtime of 0.25. And then fade out the valley circles. Yeah, also with a runtime of 0.25. That's not how I usually like to do things, but I mean, what choice do I have at this point? At least that's the effect that I wanted to see. It's kind of too fast now. Wait, I had 1 second before that, didn't I? Kind of needs a second. So 0.5 both. Yeah, I mean, that's okay, right? In terms of an animation, you can kind of spot what's going on. And then we could do the same for... Then we could do the same for the double rises. I think it's good. Yeah. I'm kind of happy with this as well, to be honest. It's so soothing to watch, actually. Okay. Let's go and do the same for double rises. Shouldn't be that more complicated, actually. We basically copy the valley indications function, except that we indicate double rises. Def double rise indication path, tag path, plane, number plane, mapping to a V group. We do the same thing, except for changing some stuff around here. We need to double rises equals all indices in the path for int in range len path -1 if path dot steps equal of index equals 1 and path dot steps index +1 equals 1. And that's it. And actually we can already increase it by 1 to get the midpoint. So that's the double rise midpoints. Sweet. That's kind of painless. Height profile is also needed again. And then we can go here and change the color to something else, like blue maybe. Oh, blue is kind of bad if the paths are black. Yeah, but you know what? I actually want to produce it for a different background color. Maybe I use my dark green that I have in my screen there. Maybe that's a nice color for the background. I'll think about it. For now, the color doesn't really matter so much. Make it, I don't know. Red is bad. Let's use green for now. This thing. Did my Spotify just die, or did my stream just die, or did everything just die? Ah. No OBS. Yes, I'm still there. Weird. Weird. And this is now double rise midpoints. No need to increase by 1, and we need to put it here as well. This is kind of ugly. Okay, and there we go. This should be changed to double rise midpoints. And then we're in business. Yep, should work. Okay, let's try it. This still has the succession. Interesting. Why does this still work? Because there are no valleys in the first one, but there are double rises, so to change it. Double rises, double rise circles, double rise indication. Next path plane. Fade in those and those. I should probably do them separately, but I kind of just want to see them before we decide how we're gonna handle them. Fade out. Double rise circle. Maybe we can fade out. Maybe we can fade them in together with fading out the other ones. That might work. Actually, let's do that. Fade in, double rise circles. And then we play a separate fade out animation. Double rise circles. 0.5. All right. So that maybe works. This we need to do for these guys as well. Double rise circles equals double rise indication of path and plane. Yeah, and then we should be in business. Let's see. There we go. Wait, do I still have the +1? Double rise indication, yes. Not needed for the midpoints. Again. Okay. Try again. Double rises, valleys, double rises, valleys, double rises, valley, double rises, valley, double rises, valley, double rise, valley, double rise, valley, double rise. I mean, in terms of indications, it kind of works. It's the information is way too fast to be understood. If I really wanted to do that, I probably need to, I don't know, keep track of the information somehow. That's kind of tedious, maybe. I wonder whether we can, instead of fading them out, maybe we can do something fancy. Maybe. Ooh, we could maybe transform them somehow. I could introduce like 2 counters somewhere on the screen. And then instead of fading the circles out, we could move them to the counters and then increase the number of the counter by the amount of circles that it absorbed. That's kind of, I think that might be actually a good visualization of things. Should we try it? I think we do, right? Yo, let me quickly check something, chat. Let me quickly check something. Sorry. Okay, it's just doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay. Wait, didn't we have that song already? Let's maybe change playlist as well. I feel like that's a short one. What do we go for? The usual one? Can go for the usual one. I could also go for the Animal Crossing one, actually. I think I haven't heard it in a while. Wait, but that might be an unsafe one. It's not a good idea. No, I think we stick with this one. Oh, wait, maybe I did something bad. Let's change once more. Oh, well, it is how it is. Let's do this, and then I'm back looking at chat. All right. So, instead of fading these circles out, I would move them to somewhere over here maybe, and there we will have a number, and the number will update accordingly. How do we do that? I mean, I could easily just sum over everything. That would not be hard, but actually I don't want to. What I would actually like to do is have a statistic, so there should be multiple counters actually. So if there are 3 circles, there should be the corresponding number for 3 circles should be increased by 1. That's kind of tricky actually, I fear. I could have two groups. On the left, I could count the valleys. And then on the right, I could count the double rises. And then the circles would move in the correct direction each. We could do that. Let's try and see how that would look like. I'll decrease. I mean, render time is not that bad right now, so I'll just keep it. So we'll need 2 labors. We'll need 2 labors. The one labor will be... where do we do that? Here. Valley labor, which is just tech, and we'll say valleys. Valley statistics, valley stats, maybe. We'll see. And the other one will be double rise labor. Double rise stats. And then we'll move this needs to be in some sort of table form, and I don't like that. I don't want to make this too complicated, but I should probably I don't want to. Okay, we'll do it. There will be a valley label group, which is a V group consisting of several things. The first one is the label on top, and then there will be few lines which we can auto-generate, which will just be V groups again. This one we will arrange down and then to corner left. And then we will do the same thing for the double rise stats, only that those go in the top right. Oh, I'm already annoyed by this. I'm not sure this is good. Let's look at it, chat. Okay, let's try and let's look at it, and if it's bad, then we think again. Take double rise, start list. Stop with the keyword arguments. It's so annoying. V group. So this will be for if I have n half steps, then I can have n minus 1 valleys, right? Where's my animation? Show me the animation. Have I closed it? I think I've closed it. I have not saved it, so I think I can still... Yeah, that's 3 double rises, and n was what? 4 at this point, I think. Yes. So, for int in range n minus 1. We have that twice. And these V groups are actually, we will need to arrange them right. Oh, that's so scuffed. That's so scuffed. I should use a table. Manim has support for tables. Oh, but I don't want tables. Tables are so annoying. But this is also annoying, so... I'm conflicted, chat. So this is a V group. In the left of the thing, there should be tech. Which needs to say the index and then colon. And maybe a hash before that. And the backslash before, because hash is bad in tech. Yo, stop. What the thing? Number with that index. That should work, maybe. We'll probably complain, but well. And the same thing here. That's the first entry. And the second entry will be a variable. How do variables work? No, not a variable, a decimal number, an integer actually. Number equals 0 in the beginning. Okay, let's see how that looks like. I fear it will be bad. Self.play fade in. Well, let's actually write, because I mean, why not? Write the double valley label group and the double rise label group. Just doesn't know that it's called like that. Group. All right. Go. I'm not sure what I'm doing right now is a good practice, by the way. Should probably, I don't know. I mean, it could be worse, I guess. Oh, I hate how they are aligned. Oh, the variable is slightly... Alignment of tech is surprisingly difficult if you have to do it yourself. Should we just continue for now and take care of alignment later? Probably yes. I mean, the second one is scuffed, but just because I forgot to arrange down and 2 corner up plus right this. Show me again. And then I should probably also color code the things. So the valleys should always be green and the... No, wait, what is green? I forgot. I forgot. Yo, what's that? How does it look now? Yeah, I mean, I don't love the positioning of the things, but I mean, maybe. And actually, it's one too few. And these should be smaller. Font size equals. What's the default font size for tech? Is it like 44? Let's use 30. Font size equals 30. Font size equals 30. Font size equals 30. And let's color code this stuff. Color equals. What was the color for the valleys? Does anyone know? Valleys were orange and the rises were green. So valleys are orange and the double rises are green. Let's go. Font is kind of okay, I guess. Now we just need to implement the rest of this movement, and that's what I'm afraid of already. Oh, and we need to increase the n by 1. It's not terrible. Yeah, it could be better though. Let's maybe increase it a little. 36. Because it's a square number and better than 30. So this has to be n, this has to be n. I still don't like the alignment. We have to fix that eventually. What else did I want to do? Right, the rest I'll take care of in a second step. Let's render again and take a look. Should I try to manually align the hashes? I mean the variables, so that they are the tiniest amount further up. I shouldn't do manual alignment. Well, anyhow, I feel like that's kind of okay. Next up, we need a. What do we need? I wonder whether a custom animation is the way to go here. Probably some sort of transformation animation, or maybe I don't even know. I think the problem is that nested tech gets erased each time. I think the positioning of the hash, so this part over here is actually okay. It's just that this part over there, the counters are a bit off, and I would need to reposition them slightly. But it's clear because, I mean, this 0 will be aligned. I could try to align them on the top. Wait, I could try to align them. Is there a command for this? Is there a command for aligning an entire group or subobjects in a group towards a common edge? I have no idea. Because align, I could do it in the second step, I suppose, but I mean, who wants that? Shouldn't the columns be lined up at the center of the numbers rather than the bottoms? I don't think so, no. But well, alignment of the numbers is maybe a separate problem. This reminds me that I wanted to do another episode on tech. It will be painful. Technically, I could. The problem is Manim is very bad at doing this exact thing what I want to do right now. So it's very bad at making sure that we have a... It's very bad at updating one single numbered in text string. Because it it can't handle the spacing and stuff. And therefore this problem will be always there. I could of course I could change it in a way so that we have to re-render text strings for everything that gets written, and maybe that's actually the way to go here, because the number won't be updated that often. I don't know. I unfortunately don't know what's the best way to go here. But I think I'll solve that problem a bit later. Right now I kind of want to keep going. And what I'll do is I'll try to nail the second part now. So I'll wait, let me show the file again. At least everything is cached. It's one good thing. So what I want to do now is we have these fancy little things. And what should happen is after the green circles are here, instead of just fading them out like here, I want them to move. So there are 3 green circles here. So that those 3 should move to this 0 over here, and the 0 should get turned to a 1. And then the same with the orange circle. Instead of fading it out, it should move over here to the number 1 thing. And actually the first one will have to increase without anything flying to it, because there are no valleys in there anyways. Let's try. Let's try whether we can do that. And if that proves too painful, then I have to think of something else anyways. But it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be too painful, actually. Because what do we need to do here practically? Instead of fading out the circles, we fade them out. And fade out can do some things actually. Target position. We can fade to a target position. Maybe that's enough. So I specify a target position. Oh, this will be completely unreadable, I fear. I should take care that at least parts of it remain readable. Go away. The target position will be... Oh wait, maybe that's not so difficult, because I know... What do I know? The double rise label group. That actually works, I think. So the target position will be the valley label group. The number of valleys we know, because we know the length of the valley circles. One plus, because there is an initial labor. And then the second subobject of that. That's the center of the counter variable that we have. And then we will have to animate what can integer do? Does it have an increase or something like that? Set value. Set value. Oh, that's actually sickening. Let's do it like this. Value counter equals this thing. And then we can go here. It should be moved to the target position of the value counter. And then we have to add value counter, animate, set value, value counter, get value +1. Why is he that unhappy right now? Ah, that's why. Is value counter not defined? No. Typo. So that should work for the first one. And then we do the same for all others. Value circles, value counter equals same thing. And then instead of the fade, actually this one here, we target position equals value counter and the double rise circle, and then we have to increase the value counter again. So we just copy this here. Okay, well this is ugly and probably wrong. I feel terrible. Okay, here we go. Could be worse. It could also be correct, actually. Why is it? Wait, why is it? Why are the numbers just getting smaller? And I mean, literally, the number is getting smaller. The font size changes. Why would it do that? I like how the one next to the two just shrinks. It's actually quite funny. I mean, generally speaking, it's kind of worked. What we need to do is we need to fade the circles out in a different way. Namely, we need to... Wait, maybe this is actually possible. We can just unpack this. That should maybe help. At least one object must be passed. Okay. I mean, we can just... Oh, we can actually not... Okay, now it's trying to annoy me. I can't just unpack this because otherwise there will be a problem for the last path, which doesn't have any valleys, or for the first path actually, which is what happened here. So this is empty, which is bad. I mean, I can do something like this. If len of valley circles else valley circles. Don't tell anyone I do something like that. And then at least the circles should fly together if there are multiple ones. So that was the one that was the thing that annoyed me the most in the animation right earlier. So this was just one again, one again, one. Give me two. No, this didn't do anything. Wait, what? They are not moving together. Did I... What? This should actually work. If I pass multiple ones, then it should actually... I mean, it wouldn't matter too much. We can simply... Nah, okay. We need to do it otherwise. We need to do it slightly different, but it doesn't actually matter. It makes the code maybe even better. We can simply do this. Start list. Fade out. One circle. Target object. Target position equals valley counter. Or circle in valley circles dot subobjects. Yeah, that's better. Then we don't have to mess with this, and this will still work. And now the circles should actually converge together. I still have no idea why the font size gets of the counter just gets smaller. We'll have to figure that out as well. Ah, yes. Now at least they converge. There is some weird form of binary counting. Or a counting system where the font size of the number is gives its value. It would be the stupidest thing ever. So why doesn't this work? Can we do something? I mean, how is integer supposed to be used? A class for displaying integers. No, but I mean, what does decimal number do? It's just setting the value, right? So actually this really confuses me because, I mean, let's try and see whether it does something. We used to mean x in math already. Why not just commit everything is x but with the angle of 2 lines indicating which x you refer to? Yeah, this reminds me a lot of this actually. This reminds me a lot of this. Value counter dot get value. Is the thing that I'm referring to maybe not the object, but I mean then the thing would not work in the way I would think. Is the value not stored properly? Maybe that could be actually a problem. That animate doesn't save the value, but that would be weird. It looks like the value is not updated. And instead, whenever... Why does it do that? Why does it change the font size? What weird thing is this? I think we have to investigate, chat. I hate to say it, but... integer number equals 10 for something in range 10. Self.play, actually in range 5, that's enough. Self.play object.animate.set value mob.get value plus 1. Integer scale. Go. $11. What? Why? Is it the animate syntax? Is it actually the animate syntax? Object.set value object.get value plus 1. Can I just set the value of this thing once? I mean, what is this? What actually is happening here? And why did nobody notice this yet? Is nobody using integer? Probably. Is this just an integer thing, maybe? At least the scaling issue is only an integer thing, apparently. Do you really have to... New value equals object get value plus 1. Play the animation object set value new value. And then actually in a second step also object.set value new value. I mean, what is happening? Unexpected argument decimal number passed to scene.play. Wait, what? Animate. Go. Do your thing. And now it works. Of course it does. Okay, it's just weird. We're gonna go with it's just extremely weird. Integer. Why would it not set the value? Manim is a perfectly coherent and cohesive library. I mean, I knew that that wasn't the case before, but I mean, something like this. There's still some weird scaling going on. Look at that. What is it doing? It's probably something weird with how the integer class itself is implemented. At this point, I kind of feel like just writing the strings and transforming stuff myself. I mean, honestly, this is just weird, isn't it? So if we abandon this approach and said, well, let's do stuff ourselves. Tech 10. Oh, I hate this. I hate this. Hey, the sheep dev. How you doing? Can I just wait? Can I use a decimal number with no decimal places? Decimal number equals 10. Number decimal places equals 0. Yo, what's it doing now? Still weird scaling stuff, or is it gonna work now? I'm degrading you. I'm okay, I guess. I'm slowly going insane over how things are weird with Manim, but otherwise doing actually pretty well. So no worries. I wonder why these are scaling so weird. Does look sick though? Yo, Manim is pretty cool. Have you seen the project I'm working on? Let me actually... I should show pretty stuff and not always the weird things. Let me quickly run the animation that we've been working on for the last 2 hours. Or actually almost 3. Here's the thing. Look at that. So we have lattice paths. And we count the number of valleys and double rises. And we iterate over all of the dike paths, one after the other, at least of length 8. Ignore the numbers. Ignore the numbers. Those are incorrect. I was trying to debug the issue right now. So yeah. I feel like this will be probably some sort of short YouTube video at some point. I'm too far in. No clue what it is, but it looks amazing. It does. That's way more important anyways. That's way more important anyways. Okay, so we just need to, as you can see, if I move the slider fast, you can see whenever I try to reset my values, instead of changing the value of the counter, actually just the font size is changed. So it's slowly, the larger the value becomes, the smaller the numbers get, which is extremely weird. And I honestly hate this. I have no idea why it happens. I would rather it. This is one of the things I would really prefer if they would not happen that way. It's a really odd bug. Yeah, it is. I have an idea where it comes from, but it's probably not feasible to fix it. I think it comes from font size scaling, because Manim does something weird. Actually, I'm not sure why the numbers get smaller though. That's kind of weird. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Let's close this down. Hope for the best. I could maybe... What if I scaled everything? No, but then the thing would update in a weird way. Python magic, I guess. Yeah, definitely Python magic. Definitely Python magic. So what do we do? I should have, at some point, copied like the animation that was just an iterator over the paths, because that was kind of neat. And if I need to leave for a moment because I do want to get something to drink, you know what? Let's turn it back into that. We remove the double rise circles. We remove the counter stuff because we don't need all of that. Just transform We just transform. We remove all of that. Double rise circles go away. These can go away. Oh, these can also go away. Then we tune up the number a little bit and then we look at the animation again, because it's kind of satisfying. Or all of this can also go away. Until that point it was kind of smooth actually. I liked it. So the biggest we did was 7, I think. Like path iterator. Okay, let's render this and then I'll quickly fetch something to drink while people can watch this. Like path iterator. Let's go. Oh. Was this the one with the 400 paths? I think it was. Oh, I should have tuned down the runtime a little bit. Because 400 times 0.25 is kind of substantial. Well, it's okay. It's okay. I wonder whether I should just keep track of everything externally and then increase the things as then I don't have to rely on any circle sizes or the circle group sizes or anything. Kind of got useful Premiere vibes from it. What do you mean with YouTube Premiere? Yo, 2 minutes. Oh. Yo, we can speed this up actually. Okay, at least this looks nice. I'll be right back. I'll fetch something to drink. You guys enjoy the 100, 400. Wait, was it 429? I think. Yeah, 429 paths. Like the 2-minute counter before the premiere starts. Ah, I see. Yeah, I get that. Maybe I get that. I'll be right back. Fetching something to drink. And it's still going. Sick. Oh. And that's it. Kind of satisfying. At least I like it. I mean, we've watched this several times already today. I wonder what we should do now. So I mean, this is now factored out. It's still great. Yeah, I think so as well. I think so as well. But we should maybe think about this stuff again. The problem with Manim is I can't update numbers in a table easily, I think. Or can I? I should maybe figure out the... updating of the numbers first and then take care of the labeling. This is so much code to just deal with the labels. I hate it. I mean, it's almost working, so I shouldn't throw everything away. Just need to grab this line, put it here, remove the animate, and then it will work. Kind of weird, but I mean, it is what it is. The thing that actually triggers me way more is the changing font sizes. That's annoying as hell. Maybe it gets better if the numbers actually change. We'll see. One, 2, 3. It's not as obvious, I think. Look at that. It has to be symmetric for, well, reasons. That's still pretty fun, I think. Okay. I think we fix the double rise statistics. And then we look at this again and reconsider our life choices. So we have the valley counter, we need the double rise counter, which we will get in the very same way, namely by the double rise label group. 1 plus the length of the double rise circlers. 1, this is the counter. So this is where the fade out of the valley counters happens, and then we do the same thing here. So we need to valley counter becomes double rise counter, animate set value double rise counter, get value +1. And then we will need to actually set this again without animate, because for some reason this is being weird. Okay, so +1, +1, and then we rewrite the fade. Fade out, circle, target position is valley count. No, it's not valley counter. It should be double rise counter for a circle in double rise circles, subobjects. Fade out, Double rise circles, no, it's gone now. And I mean, that's it, I think. Let's look at it. I feel like there's always a point with these animations that as soon as it gets too complex, or there's always a point where suddenly the code required to change something explodes. And I wonder whether if we improve the feature set of the library, whether this would be different. Okay, show me. Green stuff doesn't move to the correct direction yet. Ah, this was just the first one. Okay, this is way too fast. I think this can't happen simultaneously. And for the first one, it's not correct yet. But other than that, I mean, in the end, you will see that the statistics are the same for all the paths. I just have to reduce the speed a little bit, I think. So what we'll do is the following. Probably increase this to 1 second each. Oh wait, actually that's the one that can be a bit faster, but this has to be slower and this has to be slower as well. And then we still have to fix this first one. Double rise counter equals this thing. Actually, we just copy it from here. And then we play fade out. Actually, we just use the same code as below. This can also be like 1 second each, doesn't matter. It's a little bit longer, but I mean, who cares? Fade out, the double rise circles. It's this stuff here plus the... Actually, I can just copy the entire play core. That's good. And this one also needs to be called again. And now it should work. Yeah, well, now the render time for the paths of length 14, the 14 paths of length 4 is actually also quite something already. And this is already a 42-second video. Let's see. I feel like this is still too fast. At least the switch is a bit too fast, maybe. We shouldn't fade in the one group of circles while the other one is still being moved. Maybe that would help. But other than that, I'm kinda happy. It works in a weird way. Should we try with cleanly separating the fade in and fade out of the old circles? Maybe we should. Let's try that, and then I feel like we can stop for today as well. So I'll switch to doing something else then. Maybe. Let me clearly check something. All right. Yeah, let's separate it. Basically, I just have to take this and move it out here. Then the fade in of the double rise circles is separate. And we can again add a runtime of 0.5. Should be fine. Should be fine. Okay, let's render it and then we'll see. Then I think we have a bit a cleaner distinction of what's currently happening and where the attention should be. Okay, let's see. I'm kind of curious how it would look for longer paths, but yeah. That's definitely better in terms of the pacing. Now I can actually look what's happening. So if I were to produce a video, I would probably start with, well, something more generic, like one longer path where we kind of both illustrate the valleys and the double rises one after the other, and maybe some voiceover and stuff. Then we could have this animation more or less, where we look at all paths of a certain length and then investigate how the number of paths with a certain number of valleys and the number of paths with a certain number of double rises is distributed. So whenever we meet a path with like 2 double rises, we increase the corresponding number by 1. And this takes a while. Look at it. Not sure whether it's... This could probably also be sped up a little bit. So if the general idea is clear, then I feel like it's not necessary to really watch every path in detail. So then we have these 14 paths. And what do we do then? Then I probably... Then there's the question, why this is even valid? Why the number of valleys is distributed in the same way as the number of double rises? And then we could show the little animation. So I guess overall, with a nice intro video, with a nice introduction, and then the bijection, which I actually wanted to do and didn't do it all today. This could be like a nice 3 or 4 minute video, which seems fine. which seems fine. I guess I'll produce that. Maybe I'll keep working on it like tomorrow or so, or we change and do something else tomorrow actually. Anyhow, I feel like I kind of want to be done with Manim now. So I feel like this is the end of the development part. What's that? Wait. Ah, right, I forgot about that. I started the poll on the Manim Discord server today because I was curious what sort of things people are interested in terms of live stream content, and turns out there's no. Many people would be interested in like a course thing, which we've done before. We've done things like that in the past. Maintenance and development, not so much. Creating a more complex animation is what I did today, basically. Interestingly, the thing that I would have expected more people to be interested in like Q&A type sessions where they come and can explain their problems and then we discuss them on stream or something like that. But apparently that's not interesting at all. Interesting. So maybe we should do a course thing again. Oh wait, people react in here as well? No. Wait, what? I'm kind of confused. If you do course, people can ask questions as well. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's kind of true. We've done that before with the course. That's quite a while ago actually. There should still be a set of tutorial videos up on YouTube with the course that we did at some point. We had the deep look. Yeah. It was not me who did the course the last time. We here, I usually do sort of different stuff. I don't do so the course that happened at some point basically was like a tutorial. So people learned about all sorts of different objects, about plotting, about all sorts of things. This was more a how to use Manim guide though, and the tutorials that I produce usually head into a somewhat different direction. It's more of how does stuff actually work and how can you change things if you really wanted to or if you needed to. So that's slightly different to what that course was back then. Many people liked it though, and I think the resonance was quite good. I wonder whether we should do something like that again. Kind of feel like it would be fun. But then again, I don't have infinite resources, and I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I do wanna produce stuff that's more permanent. And if I do a stream, I don't really consider the stream content, even though I know there's the VOD and everything, and that can be saved, and that's pretty much accessible for quite a while. And even though I do stuff like this, I feel like the stream content is not that permanent. Whereas when I go and produce a Manim tutorial episode, then I feel like this is something that people can come back to also months and months later. It's usually also why I try to produce content that keeps relevant, and where I have the feeling that we won't change the implementation of like some certain class severely, so that people can still use it in some sense. That's also why I struggle a little bit with finding a good next topic for the next tutorial session or tutorial episode. I was thinking of doing something about LaTeX, but LaTeX is just such a major pain to work with in Manim, I feel like. So transformation of formulas and stuff, although it's kind of cool, I'm sort of reluctant to touch it, because I feel like as soon as I start trying to explain others how they should use Manim and LaTeX and transform the equations, I'd probably be so annoyed with how things currently work that I would want to rewrite stuff. So quite similar as for the updaters, actually, although much more severely in the case of tech, I fear. So yeah, I'm not sure. It's kind of hard. Kind of hard to say. But I do have to say I really like this. I think I'm done with this animation now. What I would like to try a little bit more is adapting the color scheme of the first animation that we had, the iterator, because that was kind of cute. So maybe we can change some stuff around here. How did I color my triangulation stuff? Maybe we can use the same color scheme. Do you plan to upload this code to GitHub? Yeah, eventually. Eventually I would like to. So if I really go through with creating like a short YouTube video, I would likely collect all the code for the different scenes. I think there would be like 3 or 4 different scenes. Like the first one with a slightly bigger lattice path, which I actually could do right now as well, because I mean, getting a large lattice path and marking the valleys and the rises in that one, that wouldn't hurt. So I mean, what do we have to do? We just have to create a new class large path scene def construct, because we have all of the methods available, right? So we take a long path, like paths. Let's take like a path of half length 25. Take a random element. And then we do the same thing, right? We get the plane as well from that, because I mean, why not? Although we should maybe... No, it's fine. With the plane and the path, we add both to the scene, or actually we can... Do we even want to write the plane? I'm not sure anymore. Self-play write path. Or did we create the path? I think we created it, right? Then we get the indicated circles. Don't need all of that. Then we have the valley circles. Use valley indications of our path. with the given plane. Then we fade those in. We wait. That's just for cutting. I would probably talk a little bit while I did that. Ah, we have to scale the thing. Forgot. V group plane path scale to fit with. Oh, right, that was the problem with the stroke width, right? I can remember. That was kind of silly. Config.frame width -1. I mean, but we know a workaround now, right? So we can go to the path, say path.set style. Stroke width equals, let's try 1. Actually, for 25 it might be that bad. And we don't have the plane anymore. But that might actually work out and way easier. We fade in the valley circles, and then we wait, then we fade in, fade out, self.play this, play, fade out, valley circles. Then we can actually look at this. Let's see, why not? So, what? Too many values to unpack? Interesting. Ah, draw path, right? Oops. No time for Steam yet. But almost. I do want to play some Tunic. VGroup object has no attribute values. What did I do? Wait, what did I do? Values equals path.values. Oh. Path object equals this thing. Path equals this thing. Path equals this thing. Plane path. This is the object. This is the object. Oh, that's so silly. This is the path and the plane. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine now. This animation is not defined for this object. Wait, what? What are you saying? Ah. Renaming stuff, always great. There we go, we have a lattice path. We have the valleys. And we could also mark the double rises in a very similar way, actually. I feel that's good. I would probably, for such a large path, I would probably still draw like a line at the bottom just to symbolize that this is something that starts and ends at the axis and doesn't go below. So maybe we just draw an additional line. Why not? Self.play, create. I'm tempted to just call it x-axis. This is a line which spans from plane.c to p of like -1, 0 to plane.c to p 51, 0. Scissor. Yeah, that's sweet. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted to have. Then we have our little path here. And we could actually I would be open to write something like this path has I don't know how many valleys. I like this. It's pretty cool. This is pretty sweet, I feel like. And 50 is, I think, appropriate. We could do longer as well. Let's do, again, a parameter here, n equals 25. Then this is n here. Then this is n plus 1, 2 times n plus 1 here. We could go up to like a really long path as well, like 100. But I'm not sure whether this would look so much better. Actually, the circles get too large. It's fun. Because they don't know about the scale that has been applied to the dots. Technically, it would be nice if I mean, I could probably just go with half of the length, twice the width of a dot. I could do that. Wouldn't maybe even look better. But can I do that? Wait. I probably can't. Because the valley indications don't know. They don't know the scale. They are unaware. I mean, are they? They know the scale of the plane, and they know the factor with which the plane has been scaled. The question is, does it make sense? Should we do that? Maybe. So what would this be? The default dot radius times 2, and then we have to find the correct factor to scale this with. Originally, the axis is like probably n units long. 2n units long. So 2n units long, and we scale it such that it fits within the config frame radius -1. Which means that if we multiply times length of path -1, no wait, length of path, we divide by that. Divided by, and this one should be config.frame with -1. This could be wrong, but I mean, let's try. No, it's actually correct. The problem is that well, is there really a problem? We've decided anyways that the path is too long. So it doesn't really make sense to go more into this now. But you know what I'm kind of tempted to do? Let's do a really long path. What is Manim gonna do now? Can't imagine that we will see much. Yeah, that's what I expected. Look at all these valleys. Tiny path. Actually, it's not tiny. Actually, the path is really not tiny. That's a lot of valleys. Yeah, it is, right? How many valleys are there? Can we see? Oh, I think it said in the... while it was rendering the size of the group that contained the circles. But well. What did we say? We said like 25 is probably enough. Because I think that's still... You can see everything that's going on, right? It's kind of important. I think I also am a bit too... We should maybe increase the size of the radius. Where is it? Doesn't matter. Sorry, where was I? I was kind of distracted from it. Ah, right here. Let's do it times 4 maybe. Maybe that's better. Xenoblade music. Indeed, I was wondering why that sounded so familiar. Yeah, that looks great. This I'm really happy with, I think. What do you guys think? In terms of visualization of like one path, this is not so bad, right? Yeah, I like it too. Seems good. So what I'll do now, the scissors should have a slightly narrower stroke width. It could have, true. True. I don't want to make it too narrow, but a bit would probably work well. Let's do it. Because it shouldn't be too hard. It's this line here. Wait. No, it's not. It's large path. Where is it? There it is. It's this line here, so we should just be able to set the stroke width of this one to like 7. This unit is one of those where I'm not... Okay, that was actually not great. Let's go with 3. This unit, I'm never so sure what it actually is. I think it's pixels, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, that's better. Still less? Maybe 2? Let's go with 2 maybe. What do you guys think? Looks better? Yeah, I agree. So yeah, in a potential video, I would then probably just mention. I'd probably just mention that this thing is called a bike path. That this is like a sequence of up and down steps, starting on some axis and ending on the same axis and never going below the line. Starting on some line, ending on the same line, never going below the line. And then we can look at statistics in this. This might be too weird, but it might be good to not render the dots which would lie on the axis. Yes, I see what you mean. But I was thinking of maybe giving the axis like a different color, and then it might be less weird. I feel like currently it's a bit weird. We could try. Question is, should we just make it red maybe? Let's try. A barrier that should not be crossed can be red, right? I feel like that's okay. I think it's fun that every time we render we get a new path. Yes, okay. So we have one scene which introduces the dike path, and then I would be open to maybe we should write some stuff. So I could draw the path, then like the word dike path should be written somewhere. And then we could also actually even add for this path that there are X amount of valleys and Y amount of double rises. I mean, we are already here, so I mean, let's draw the circles for the double rises as well. Double rises. Double rise indications of path and plane. Self.play, fade in, double rises, self.wait, self.play, fade out, double rises. What playlist are you using right now? Wait, I'll can share a link in a moment. Let me just render this. Double falls, the valleys, and the double rises. Sweet. Actually, the thing that might be even more interesting is that the number of valleys and the number of double rises. I have not modified the size of the double rises script. Let me quickly give you the link for the playlist. Share. Copy link. There you go. This is the one I'm using right now. You're welcome. So what else was I doing? Right, the sizes of the double rise indicators. I should probably refactor that code. Because actually I just have some statistic for both of those and the rest that I do is basically the same. Ah, well. Too late for that. Can use the same scaling here. All right, there we go. Oops. Let's render. So there we go. That's the valleys. And that's the double rises. Sweet. There might be an even better way of seeing that the number of valleys and the number of double rises are linked to each other. Because actually the sum of double rises and the sum of valleys in every path is constant. So if we take this number and take this number and add it together, it will be like n+1 or something like that. And this is always the case for any path. I think we could see that in the large animation as well, because always the in a sense complementary numbers statistics would be increased. So maybe that's also something that is worth pointing out. Actually, something fun I could do is like I could generate 3 or 4 of these long paths and just what if we take all of the circles now and move it to like, and transform it into a thing that says, I don't know how many rises there are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 valleys. And then we take these and then we transform it into a tech thing that says, I don't know how many those were. I forgot. I think we could do that. Should we just... I think I will try that. Why not? So let's do the following. We'll go and we will... There's the large path. Number of valleys equals length of valley circles. Number of double rises equals length double rises. And then we'll create a text string. Valley labor equals tech. Then we will say f string. This has num valleys. And this has, let's copy because I'm lazy, f string num double rises. And then we will, where do we put those? I mean, I can actually create all of those beforehand. And then position them accordingly. So I could create a V group, label group, equals tech equals a V group consisting of the valley label and the double rises. And I arranged it right with a large buffer. Buff equals 10. No, not 10. 10 is too much, but like, let's put a buffer of like 3. And then we move the label group down next to path object down, also with a certain buffer. But maybe that's actually enough because we can go directly underneath the abscissa. That's fine. And then instead of fading out the valley circles, we will transform the valley circles into the valley label, and the double rises we will transform into the double rise. Oh, wait, what? Double rise label. I was confused. Double rise label. All right. And the colors should also match. What was what? I forgot again. The valleys are green, I think. And double rises are orange. It's exactly the other way around, is it? Double rise is green and the valleys are orange. Orange. Color equals green. Yo, let's render. There we go. How does it look? I'm curious. That's not so bad, is it? I kind of like that. I wonder whether we should like maybe transform a copy. I have an idea. Let's check something. We transform a copy of the valley circles and a copy of the double rises. And maybe we fade them out in a separate step so that one thing happens, you see everything still, but something still moves. Maybe that's an interesting idea. That's the valleys. Swoosh them. They're here. I forgot to fade them out. I mean, maybe it's interesting to have both of them at the same time. I don't know. Kind of feel like it's hard to see the double rises then, kinda. But maybe also not, I don't know. What do you guys think? Should both be visible at the same time? Also, to be quite fair, I do want to change the color scheme anyway still. So we still have some playroom, I think. Doesn't have to be orange and green. Technically, I would like to switch to the color scheme that I also use. I think it's better when they get hidden. Yeah, that's fair. So technically, I would like to change to the color scheme that I use on my thingy screen. To this more or less. Maybe a slightly less muted version of it, so that you can properly see everything. For these kind of things, I sort of prefer bright background, or at least a less extremely dark one. So I could see myself using like the community white, this pastel-y thing that we have, and then I think this might be better because you can more clearly see that the double rises start at the valley points. Until the path stops moving up. I get what you mean. You know what? Let's try fading out the just how it, to see how it looks. Let's try fading out the original orange dots first. So we would transform, and then in a separate step we would self.play fade out the valley circles, and then again this point we fade out the double rises. More Xenoblade, indeed. Let's see what it does now. Ooh, nice path. Very high one. Yeah, to be fair, I kinda preferred it as well. Oh, actually 12-12. It's a bad example. But 12 plus 12 is 24. Which is the number that's constant. Both are good, I think. I wonder whether we can just... What I would kind of like to do is I would like to do this, say, 3 times or so, and move down or up, doesn't really matter. So like have this path drawn, done, valleys and double rises checked. Then move this up a little bit, and then directly under it again, we draw the next path and do the same thing, valleys, double rises. And then maybe one more at the bottom so that we have like 3 examples next to each other. I feel like that's kind of interesting to have that. We could of course also just like do this, scale everything down and move it like up here somewhere or so. Wouldn't be too hard actually, I think, because we can reuse most of the stuff that we have right there. I'm kind of curious whether we can actually manage to do that. I don't think it would be too hard. Kind of prefer the scaling idea? We can try. This is like a very good example actually for something that is... Yo, my OBS said Maybe lost connection for a moment. I don't know whether you saw that chat. And if you did, I hope it wasn't too bad. So let's do something. Let's create a new method. Let's call it def draw random path self. All good. All right. Maybe add the length. Then we more or less copy all of this. Or let's even do it like this. Why not? And then we create a new construct method where we play draw random path 25. We do need to return something though. Return path group. Return what exactly? The plane. Actually, just a path, right? And the labels. So I would have to return the path object, the label group. And then we would have path object and label group. Or let's call it path and label. Path 1, label 1. It's bad to do this, but I'll just for the moment, because I need to figure out how to group stuff together appropriately. Maybe I'll actually just turn it into a group already. So we have draw 1 equals this stuff. And then we will do draw 1 self.play wait first. Then we play draw 1 animate scale. We could scale it so that it exactly fits into 1/3 of the frame, and then we just pop 3 things next to each other, more or less. Because I think the positioning I will have to do by hand, unfortunately. Wait, the abscissa also. We need the abscissa as well, the x-axis. Path object, x-axis, label group. I could just scale them by a factor of 1/3 because it already is scaled in a way that it fits almost to the entire screen. And then we will move it to corner, up, left. And then we repeat. Draw 2 equals self.draw random path 25 self.wait, and then this stuff again. Draw 2 animate, and then we don't move it to corner, we just move it to edge up. And then once more, draw 3 equals self.draw random path 25 self-wait, self-play, draw 3. Why do I write and not copy? There we go, self-wait. I'm kinda curious what happens now. Gonna be honest. Let's go. What's it gonna do? Yo. I'm kind of curious what happens now. First path, valleys, double rises. Oh, wait. What? The heights don't match. I'm not sure why the widths don't do this weird thing. Ah, probably because I have to remove the buffer. Did I not change the... Okay. We can deal with this. We can deal with this. Actually, all that we need to do is replacement transform here. And then this should be fine. Or at least better. And here we have to move it to corner. Up plus right. And we need to remove the buffer. Ah, that will look weird as hell. The problem is I have no good way of aligning these anymore because I don't know their heights in advance. So which means I have to align the lower edge of all of them somehow, which is annoying. Well, let's take a look how bad this looks. Let's go once more. But other than that, I mean, the animation itself was kind of okay, I guess. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Align the lower edges, then V-group them together and 2-edge them to the top. The problem is that I don't have the 3. Let's see whether let's see whether the font is still duplicated. The labels are still duplicated. They shouldn't be. What? Did I just replacement transform one of them? I think I did. Okay, surprisingly the height was the same for those two paths. Yo. Just some Manim stuff. Counting valleys and double rises. I wanted to animate the Crevaras Lalan or Lalan Crevaras involution, but I didn't get very far. I mean, I kind of got far actually, but not for the I animated basically everything else, not the projection itself. How are you doing? So the problem with aligning the lower edges is that I don't have those in the beginning. I could move them down. I could move the paths down actually, because the lower end will always be the same. I think that's the play. I'll move them down. Lots of drawings on the board next week? No, I just have lots of paper drawings actually. Let me see what I can show some. Lots and lots of those. I have like tons. I have like several pages full with that stuff. Oh yeah. Good luck. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Are you still in France or are you back in Sweden already? Wait, what was I doing before I started talking? I started doing Axis. Back in Sweden. Sweet. Sweet. Or Swede, however you want. Oh my god. It's like the worst joke I've ever made. I feel bad for that actually. Yo, so I forgot to replace one of the replacement transforms, right? This one. So this should be a replacement transform. And then I'll align them not at the top, but at the bottom. This is like a pretty good trick actually. Down plus left. Up is down. And this is down plus right. And re-render again. Let's go. Yeah, I'll have to show you the other stuff I did as well. I'm kind of happy with that. So fancy. Actually, I can do it probably in parallel. Wait. Open. Media, videos. How did we call this stuff? Ah, wait. Let's first check this animation. Let's go. Okay, so that's the valleys. 11 valleys. 13 double rises. Move everything. Thank you. Buffer is 0 is too small actually. It's not great. I mean, I could probably shift it up a little bit artificially again. Yes. Cool. I like that. What do you guys think? It's not that bad, right? The buffer is kinda... Yeah, it's too far down currently. I have to move them up a little. I don't like that they are so far on the edge. But I can actually do that manually. Because I can just move them to the corner and then I can move them up again. Dot shift, like, I don't know, 0.25 times up or so. Should be enough. Shift 0.5 times up. Shift 0.5 times up. All right. So now we have all the things. Corner, edge, edge. I could even do more of those actually. Because we have the space for it. But I don't want to do too many. It's kind of silly to watch that for too long. So I would need to have a second method that kind of does the same thing but in a faster way. I just need to talk a little bit to it. So where was I? What was I trying to do earlier? Deck paths, we called this one. So let's check what we did already. Where's the iterator? This one. I'm so happy about this one actually. 2-minute video. Let's speed it up. Oop. That's so fancy, I feel like. I'm not sure what I will do with that. I feel like I have to use it somewhere. Waiting animation or something? Yeah, maybe it's time to replace my triangulations with something like this. The thing I like most about this is that the coding this was also so simple. Just needed to have an iterator over all the dike paths, and then the rest is actually quite easy. Just some transformations. I wonder whether there's something else that we can do with this. Maybe something fun. I don't know. I mean, what would be fun here? There should be something else. I feel like the one issue I have with this is that only on the bottom half of the screen something is happening. What if we put something on the top half of the screen? Wait, where does this even start? What if we put something on the top part of the screen that does like exactly the inverse thing? So that this one is like getting flatter and flatter, and the other one would be getting higher and higher. So basically this iterator here, but in reverse. I feel like that could be fun. Probably a more artistic version of anything than I don't know what, but we could try. It's so mesmerizing to look at. I'll think about that. A little. Yeah, and then this thing was the one that we've spent all the time on, right? Yeah, right. It was the statistics counting thingy. Okay, anyhow. But this one is definitely... We should do some... Maybe I should... How late is it even? 11. Okay, so I should maybe do something. I should maybe start playing games, otherwise I won't. At all. I mean, it would be the worst thing. Because I really like doing that, so I don't feel I've wasted anything today. This was fun. So the problem is that right now this is a bit too high, right? So if we would try to make an animation that also uses the top part of the screen somehow, the issue would likely be that the top path would intersect. The question is whether that would look very disturbing visually or whether it's not that bad at all. I kind of want to try right now. I'm so bad. What if we just take the thing and then revert? I mean, you know what? Let's try. Because this is not much code that we need. I'll copy this and move it down here somewhere. This we can actually delete. So we have this stack path iterator. Let's go to like 5. And this time we will actually need to rewrite this a little bit. We will need to turn this into a list. And then we don't do this, we don't do this, we don't do this. Then path here would just be paths of 0. This is path object, then we don't need this. This would be an iterator over paths starting at 1. Then we have to transform here. All right, so, and now what? Actually, we need to rewrite this. So we need to replace this with an indexing thing. This would be the plane down, and then we need a second one, which is the same thing but rotated. So plane up would be plane down, copy, rotate, pi. Actually, let's copy it after it has been scaled. Plane down is being scaled. And then we have that, right? Plane down, path object equals this. Paths of 0. Plane up, path object. Wait, and this is path down object, and this should be path up object. Draw path, paths, the last one. Plane up, down. Self.play create path object, path down object, and path up object. All right, and then we, for index in range len paths -1, we have a next down path, which is paths of 1 plus index. And we have a next down path, which is paths of -2 minus index. Maybe that's right. Could be wrong though. And then we draw plane down, next path down object is next down path and plane down. I feel so silly writing this. Wait. Copy, paste. Plane up. Next path up object. Draw path, next up path, plane up. All right, and now we transform this and this in the same step. Path down object, next path down object. Oh, path up object, next path up object. Don't need this anymore. This is now double like iterator. I'm kind of curious what happens now. Unrelated question. Do you think that trying to illustrate UD mod 1 secrets on the unitors in Manim would be productive? I mean, define productive. It might be fun. But it's hard to say. Okay, let's render. Like I worry it would look just like a bunch of random dots being added on a circle. I mean, you probably have to find. If there's a pattern that emerges, then I feel like this might look interesting. But if it's hard to say. It's hard to say. I think you have to just try it out, I fear. Double like iterator. Let's check this out, chat. I'm curious. Oh, next up path is not defined. What? Ah. Okay, that might have been on me. I agree. Yo, it's rendering. This will look scuffed. I'm almost sure. They're intersecting way too often. I mean, it's kind of fancy. Maybe if they had different colors. What do you guys think? Not too shabby? It could be better, but I guess it's not too bad. Different colors might do it. Yo, let's try. If this would really be a replacement for my current stalling screen, then I would want to use similar colors. So I kind of have to check what colors I used at that point. Let me see whether I can find that somehow. You would assume that I have my stuff organized in some way, but I really don't. At least not my Manim stuff, but this could be in the Manim sketches, in my Manim sketches folder maybe. Twitch. No, I don't think. I think it's called Deloni. This might be it. You mean the VS Code terminal? Yes. I hate opening files in VS Code that are not in the current project. That's so annoying. Yo, there we go. Colors. Oops. Don't make me feel bad about it. Yo. Self camera background color equals my color, and this is the color of the graphs, and now we need to find another one. Don't worry. Don't worry. It might actually be an interesting question Either mad or genius, not sure. I take both, don't worry. But I'll close it again. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. It's gone. It never happened. We need to change the color. Delete the what? Nuke it, remove it. Nobody can ever see this. Don't clip it. I think the real tragedy is that VS Code's terminal doesn't use the font with the powerline symbols. I've had troubles with the VS Code terminal before, so I'm not surprised at all. I can't remember what it was though. Something weird. Also with fonts, I think. The interesting question might be, can I specify a color? And I think I can, but I might need to patch up my thingy method a little bit. Where is it? So I might want to draw path. I might want to add keyword arguments here. And then what? Then we pass these keyword arguments to everything? Or we just set the color of the V group. I think that's easier. That's easier. So we are down here. Draw path. And now we can path down object, set color, something, path up object, set color, something. I'll use the same color again for a moment, which means nothing changes at all, but next path down, set color thingy. Next path up, set color thingy. And then we can settle for new colors in a separate step. I've been cursed? Oh no, that was me probably. Whoa. Wait. That's not the thing I wanted. That's not green. I didn't even check the colors before I just took them. Look away, chat, look away. Oh, this is the video. I remember. That's the code I used for my Twitch banner. Offline chat banner thingy. Doesn't matter, nobody sees that anyways. But I used that for that. Okay. Hidden. Nobody saw that. Rendering again. Maybe this is green this time. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, I mean, color-wise I like this more already, but I mean that's just because I kind of prefer the. I think I've seen too many white objects on black background animations to still really find them extremely cool. Some sort of color scheme is important, I feel. The question is, should I use two similar muted green tones, or should this be two different colors? I kind of wonder. We could now set the colors of the like upper path to something different. But what would different be? What's the URL? I always forget. Where's the color wheel thingy? I feel like we need that now. I've used this before, I think. Oh, I don't want to start a tour. Here we go. Yeah, Adobe color thing. Cooler. And now we paste. Wait, this is the color I have to modify. I always forget. Okay. We could go with something like this, maybe. That might work. Also, something like this might work. We have to try, I feel like. Split complementary. Maybe. One of these and one of these, maybe. So two somewhat brighter colors. Could work. Square. Shades. We could just pick different shades. That's also possible, of course. What does chat think? Should we try the complementary ones, like one purple and one reddish one? Or actually go with the triad? It'd be one of these and one of these, maybe. Or do we just go with shades? But I feel shades are boring. But a safe choice. Let me actually try the split complementary. Why not? So I'll take this one. For the down paths. Down, down. And what was the other one? This one. For the up paths. Let's go. Oh, I kind of liked it. It's not bad, is it? The colors work somewhat well, actually. We should make sure that there's some sort of loop, though. I can do something. I have an idea for a fancy loop, maybe. Should we try? I'll try. We stop drawing these in the beginning. And we just add them. Then we play all of those. We wait. And then we play we need the center. Wait, actually we don't, because I just rotated the plane anyways. So we should be able to do something like this. Plane up, not plane. Path up object dot animate path arc equal path arc equals pi, rotate by pi, dot set color. We have to think about which one, and then we do the same with the path down object. And we set the color of the path up object to this one. And the color of the path down object to this one. This is probably exactly the wrong way around now. Path up object. Yeah, of course it is. Why did I even try to think about it? Just do it in one way and then just switch it, because it's wrong anyways. All right. And then we wait again. Let's see. What? Oh. That's wrong. Obviously. I know what's wrong. Rotate about point origin. About point origin. And slower. 4 seconds. Again. Yeah. There's no smooth transition. Or at least there's no transition actually between the beginning and the end. Which means I will. Should we use this as is, or should we go 1 up? Or 2 up even? Let's at least use 6, right? I mean, what is this? We go to 6 and we use 15, and then we maybe use only 3 seconds here. 0.5 seconds here. I mean, this doesn't matter, I think. Maybe it does. All right, let's go. And let's render it in high quality, because why not? We are fancy. That's now the 100 something. So it should be quite some time that this runs. Not too much actually. But I mean, right now my waiting screen is also just like, I don't even know. Should we even try? I kind of want to try now. Now that we've done it. There we go. Rotation. And there it is. It's almost too fast for... Yo, some of the points overlap. I think that's actually cool. Much more pleasing now? It is, isn't it? I kinda like that. That's pretty cool. Should we slow it down a bit so that it's, I don't know. I mean, it would get much longer again, but this is now 24 seconds. So I think we could actually make it half a second per animation, and then everything is like paced in like half seconds. Slower for waiting screen. Yeah, definitely. This is too much action for waiting screen. Let's render again. High quality. There we go. This will now take a while, I guess. Not too long though. Otherwise people will be too hyped about the waiting screen. Yeah, we don't want that. Definitely not. The streamer has to go away again. We want to see the waiting screen. I should then add a channel point reward for changing the scene to the waiting screen. I could actually do that. It would not be too hard. I think I could. That would be hilarious. Oh my god. Maybe we do that. Put it on the list. Oh well. Okay. I hope this will now be good. Oh, like a minute playtime for the waiting screen is not too bad. We could even go longer actually. We could do a full second, I feel like. Yo, look at that. Doesn't I want to spend all of my 40k channel points? I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I really like this. It's quite soothing to watch. You guys are still channel point millionaires in this channel, I feel like. And then repeat. I feel like that's good. Question: should we go for 1 second per swap? So should we increase the runtime of the animation for 1 second so that it's really very slow? Because right now I still feel like it's kind of going fast, and it could be slower. We'll make it even slower. Okay, then you guys know what? I'll increase this to 1 second. We'll increase these weights also to 1 second, and then everything is pasted in like a 1 second thing. I feel like that's kind of sweet. We could of course also transform in like 0.75 seconds and then wait for like 0.25 seconds so that there's like a thing, transform, thing, transform, thing. I think I want to try that. Let's try that. I'm curious. Put the weight here and then we will play. All right. So this will render now a bit longer even. We are rendering in high quality already anyways. I'll let this run. I'll let this render. I'll briefly go to the toilet, and when I come back, we can change the waiting screen. In the meantime, I'll leave you guys with the current version of the screen. So this should be somewhere, right? This one. Yeah, enjoy. I'll be right back. Yo guys, what's up? I love Neowin, but I hate when I don't use it for a month. I completely forget how my config works. Same thing happens to me every time. I completely forget how to use like I completely forget that I've remapped my what's it called? The local map leader and the map leader, global map leader stuff. And this is always so confusing to me. It really is. Why is the number so high? Was it like that before as well? Oh, it's done. Nice. Okay, let's see what we can. Yep. It's definitely been too long. I'm sad. At some point there will be new Hollow Knight. And actually there's some stuff that I should still do in Hollow Knight, so maybe we should revisit it at some point. Example, see, media, videos, like 1080, double. So there we go, 2 minutes now. I hope the pacing feels better. Yo, what do you guys think? Now there is like the transformation and a little pause afterwards. I kinda like it. I slightly wonder whether changing to the smooth transformation, to the smooth rate function would be worth it at this point. Guess streamers to die more often. Did you see me play Tunic? I feel like I play sufficiently. I die sufficiently often. I mean, I feel like this is cozy. I do wonder whether a smooth rate function would look even better at this point, because then this weird change in velocity wouldn't happen with the animation. Then it would. The pauses in between are a bit long. We could tune it. We could still tune it a little. Let's actually try. I'm curious. I will go back to n equals 4 so that it renders a bit faster. Actually, a lot faster. And let's change some stuff around here. Let's use the smooth function here. And smooth here as well. Let's go for, I don't know, 0.15 weight and 0.85 transition. And the rest we can stay the same. It should be kind of fast now. I love how instead of referencing the documentation of Manim, you just follow the code or tap complete guest function names. Yeah, that's how it works. That's how I usually do it. I feel like I prefer this actually. So if the transition is very fast, then I feel like the linear one does a better job, but this feels so smooth. I mean, look at this. Yo guys, I think we'll use this. This is definitely better. Okay, glad you agree. Ah, wait. What happens there? The purple path is on top here and the red path is on top here. We need to change something. We need to change the order of paths, otherwise this will be ugly. Should be just a question of reversing these. Actually, this is a really bad line length, actually. Let's try again and hope for the best. That might actually be a problem. This might actually be a problem. The order of them in the scene is predetermined. So I could only try... I'm not sure whether I can change that in a fluid way. That's bad. How could we make this transition smoother so that... What's the problem? At the end of the animation here, you see that the like purplish path is on top, and at the beginning, the red path is on top. And the problem is that I can't change the order in the order of the paths in the scene in a smooth way. Even though right in this moment here, we would have the perfect opportunity to move them without anyone noticing. But I'm not sure whether we can do that. That's a problem. So right here, right when this animation here is like half played, the order of the paths would need to change as well. Kinda unlucky. Isn't there a set level property you can set? Yes, in theory I could, but when would I set that? If I would set it here before the animation, you would notice that the color here would change within one frame, and if I would do it here, the same would happen. I would need to do it in the middle of the animation somehow. And it's not impossible, but it's ugly. I mean, we could try to animate the set index, but I don't think that works properly. We can check. So what's the path that we need to push up? The down path and then the up path. So we need to path up, set index to like 1, and then I can animate it to be -1, for example. Let's make it a bit more verbose because that's kind of weird. path down object, set z index 1, and then we animate the up object, set z index to 0. We can try whether this works. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So wait, what's the color? Red is on top. Red is on top. Changed. Yeah, now purple is on top. It didn't change. Oh, that's kind of sad. But wait. Didn't I do it exactly the wrong way around? Let's try. I'm confused right now. I didn't close the video, so it wouldn't update. Okay, wait, check again. Red is on top. Oh. Ah. See what happened there? Red was on top. And then it switched within one frame. That's too soon. Red would be on top at the end anyways, though, so at least that would work. But here the animation did not work correctly. I wonder why. So the purple path is the down path and the red path is the upper one. Down path has a higher set index than the up path. Could you animate the set index with a rate function which is 0 until the halfway point? We could try again, but actually I couldn't because it happens in the same animation as the rotation. We can try whether this makes more sense. It might be. Nah, again. As soon as the animation starts, it flips. Oh, this would be so nice if it would work. This would be so nice if it would work, but unfortunately I feel it doesn't. One option would be to use the same color for both paths again, but I feel like that's not great. The other option would be we can try something else. There's something else that we could maybe try, but it's kind of sketchy. Oh, this would be so nice if it would work. I want it to work. Why does this not do the thing? I've looked into that a while ago, and Z-index animations, there's a weird issue with those. they are not possible in the way you would like them to. Is it possible to animate two different properties of an object at the same time? Oh yeah, you can do that. That's not a problem. It's just that the set index is kind of special and it doesn't usually work in that way. But I'm just thinking what we could do instead. I wonder whether there's a better solution. Because this I really like. This is so satisfying to watch. It's just that the color change there, that's kind of weird. But otherwise, this is so nice. So here, this switch here. How can we get rid of that? Yes, I could hack the rate functions together. That would be a cleaner alternative maybe. I feel like that actually might be the easiest solution at that point. I mean, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's try. Let's try. So this would be a runtime of 1.5 seconds times 2. And the rate function equals lambda t smooth of 1.5 plus t times 0.5 for the second one, and the first one rate func equals lambda t smooth of 0.5 times t. Okay, so we have the rate functions hacked together. And we need to remove this stuff here. And this stuff here. And we just set the Z index in the middle here. Path down object, set Z index to 0. Let's see. It could work. It could work. We'll see whether there's a double frame. What is actually surprising is this part here. Why would it do that? There's still like a... maybe I should remove those. And then set the Z index of the up object to 42. Why not? Okay, let's render again, and then I know what goes wrong. It might be hard to fix. piecing together animations with different rate functions is kind of sketchy. So what's happening? Okay. That actually kind of works. That not so much, but we can fix this. We can actually fix this. So what happens is Manim still applies the full rotation. I think because of the path arc, that might be the issue. Not entirely sure why, but if we rotate it in the middle as well, we should reset this effect. Now I'm curious whether it works. I mean, apart from the fact that the paths are not ordered correctly, which should be fixed if we change this to -42. If this is still not fixed, then I have no idea. Then I think we have to give up. Yes, we managed. Look at that. So it plays. It rotates. There's no hiccup. And we can play it again. There we go. New loading screen. What did you do to fix it? So what happens is when this animation here happens and we tell Manim to use a like scuffed rate function basically, which stops at 0.5. For some reason, when you do the animate stuff or when you use the animate syntax, Manim will apply the operation that you specified in the animation. It will apply that in the end nonetheless. So basically what happens is Manim creates a copy of the object, applies the operation you told it to with the animate syntax, which is in this case rotate the object by pi. And then it will interpolate using the rate function. And the rate function at this point stops at 0.5, which means that the animation only shows how the object is rotated until pi half. And then it will suddenly jump with the next frame to the rotation to the rotated version by pi, because the in the end the object is still set to the actual parent to the actual version where the full rotation was applied. We would also see this again if I added as well, actually there is a weight there. Yeah, then I don't know. I thought it would then also show this again afterwards. Apparently not. For some reason. Maybe it's also the No, I actually do feel like it should update it. Maybe it's because this is a static weight. That's actually quite likely. Frozen frame equals false. I feel like we should see something there. Oh, we don't. Okay, then I actually don't know then why this is changing in the middle part but not afterwards. Maybe we have to do something with the object for it to update, actually. Not sure. Weird. Anyhow, should we try rendering the big scene now? So we remove this again. We have this, we have this, we have this. I think we increase it to, what did we have, 6? 2 more, right? Even number is the recipe, and then we let it render. This will take a moment. But I think I'm pretty happy with this. So in terms of a loading screen animation, it should be nice. My one concern is that the colors might be too dominant. Because currently in my loading screen, everything is kind of muted, and with this more aggressive version, I feel like it could draw too much attention onto it. But then again, I mean, why not? Why not? You can still see me. And for the starting screen animation, it shouldn't make a difference at all. We'll see. We'll see. Kinda curious. Kinda curious what will happen. Yo, my channel just hit 3,000 views, which is, I think, whenever people refresh the page. Sweet. Random number. What's the next Catalan number after that? After 3,000? Must be like 4,000 or 5,000, maybe something? I didn't get what you changed in the code. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. I added manual rotations by -p12. So after setting the set index, after half of the animation has been played, I rotate the object manually back to where it should be after half of the animation. The issue of this first animation was that basically it applied the entire animation. So the entire rotation in the end. The animation was just to half of the animation, but then in the end, after the animation. And then those effects that take place before the skip ahead frame is rendered. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think. I'm not entirely sure where this came from, but I assume that this is. There might be some sort of inconsistency in how the data internally is stored, and that's how that can happen. But to actually tell you where this is coming from, I'd have to debug it, and I don't feel like doing that today anymore. Yo, I'm excited. I like I really like the animation that we have now. It will be done at some point, and then I can show it, and then we can also try to include it in my OBS thingy. Let's see where it will be a suitable change from the triangulations. Because I feel that the triangulations are also pretty fun. I like those. Yo, there we go. It's done. So I hope this is now suitable for a waiting screen. I can still read your message now, don't worry. While it's running, what's your setup of Manim and VS Code and stuff? Do you use poetry or workline and then point pylons to that? Yeah, exactly. That's what I do. I have it in my development. I basically just use my development environment for everything. And then have my VS Code pointed towards that. Yo, this feels pretty clean. I like it. I think we try to include this in OBS and see what happens. I wonder whether I wonder how it would look like if we would have made them change in like a sort of interleaved way where first the one moves, then the other moves, and they always move sort of. One of them is always moving and the other one is waiting. I feel like that might have also looked nice. But I don't mind this. Okay. Are we almost there anyways? Show us the rotation. Nice. And then we could start it again. Sweet. Perfect loop. Okay, chat. Let me see. Let me put this in my directory where I have my stuff. Media, videos, like 1080, double, 2. Where is my stuff? Cloud, streaming. Let's move it here. And now add media source. Like background. Browse. Open loop. Okay. Yo. I think I like it. You think it's too distracting or is it fine? I mean, it's not as muted as the old version, but I think it's pretty cool nonetheless. I think it works. Yeah, I'm pretty happy as well, to say. Let's move it a little bit faster, just because I wanted to see what happens if the end is hit, whether the loop is actually nice and smooth. We'll see, we'll see. Yeah, that's cool. That's pretty cool.